Coming up on our right are terminals used primarily for receiving petroleum products. These handling facilities include tankers, barges, bulk carriers, and storage tanks with convenient rail access. Down this slip are also the facilities for Valero, Shell, Vopak, Kinder Morgan, New Start Energy, PBF Energy, Phillips, and Rio Tinto Minerals US Borax Inc. Rio Tinto Minerals is one of the oldest established companies doing business here and is the only privately held terminal at the Port of Los Angeles. The turning basin is the entrance to the West Basin, home to Trepac and Yang Ming. The Trepac terminal receives cargo from Mexico, Asia, and the Philippines. It is the first terminal in the world to implement driverless automated straddle carriers that work in concert with automated stacking cranes. The Yang Ming terminal features on-dock rail, so containers go from the waterfront right onto a train, taking many big rig trucks off the highways. The trains then head to downtown rail yards via the Alameda Corridor. The Alameda Corridor moves cargo faster and has reduced vehicle emissions by eliminating 200 rail street crossings. Ahead is the historic Wilmington Clock Tower and former cruise ship terminal. Up until the 1960s, it was the hub of passenger ocean liner travel. Our next site is China Shipping Terminal. China Shipping is equipped to service ultra-large container vessels with a capacity of up to 14,000 TEUs. If all containers were 20 feet in length, that would be 14,000 units. The China Shipping Terminal at the Port of Los Angeles was the first in the world to offer container ships clean electrical power.
Welcome, everyone, to Day 3 of the Budget Committee's deliberations on the Mayor's proposed budget for FY 25-26. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Yaroslavsky.
Here.
Blumenfield.
Blumenfield present.
Hutt.
Hutt is here.
McCosker.
Here.
Hernandez. Here. 5 members present and a quorum, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And I'd like to just point out that there will be no interruptions during this meeting. I'm talking to you, Herman. This is the first and final warning. You'll be removed from the meeting. Okay. As I mentioned at the top of the past 2 meetings, my goal as chair is to lead a process that is transparent, collaborative, and community-driven. To that end, we held over 9 hours of public comment over the last 2 days, Friday and Monday, both here at City Hall and for the first time in recent memory in Van Nuys. Many of us, including Council Members Jurado and Hernandez, my office, and the City Controller, have also conducted extensive community outreach to hear directly from Angelenos about what matters most in this budget. And they were clear. Angelenos expect a city that works. Clean, safe streets, working streetlights, timely and reliable services, and a future they can believe in. They also voiced concerns around affordability, about transparency, and ensuring every single dollar is spent wisely. We hear this from our residents every day, and we are already falling short with the staffing levels we currently have right now. This is not a budget any of us would choose, not me, not the members of this committee, and not the mayor. I commend Mayor Bass for making hard decisions like consolidating some city departments, eliminating few positions, and asking city employees to do more with fewer resources. But now it is this committee's responsibility to determine whether those trade-offs were the right ones and identify choices we can make to strengthen the delivery of core services and restore the city's fiscal health. The challenge we face is compound. It's the result of a slowing economy, rising costs and uncertainty stoked by Washington, soaring liabilities, and the impact of unprecedented wildfires fueled by climate change that devastated Pacific Palisades. But while some of these factors are out of our control, this crisis has exposed a structural imbalance created by years of growing costs and unsustainable decisions. One-time fixes are no longer tenable. There are no easy choices left. We can't hide from this. To paraphrase my colleague, Councilmember Blumenfield's remarks last year, we have an obligation to avoid being penny wise and pound foolish. There will be real cuts, and we need to make hard choices, eliminating positions, trimming programs, and slowing some services. We owe it to Angelenos and to our employees to be honest about that. We also need to consider what shifts we can make to realize efficiencies in our service delivery, moving money and people to where they can do the most good, not simply where they have always been. Finally, we should think strategically about where we can make other reductions so we can restore or expand programs that 1, generate revenue, 2, reduce our long-term liabilities, 3, make our communities safer, and 4, deliver coherent, effective services. But challenge is not the whole story. This is also an opportunity. This is our chance to rebuild a city government that is leaner, smarter, and more efficient, and to protect what matters most, even in tough times, especially in tough times. We can come out of this stronger, ready to grow, and ready to deliver for Angelenos. With that, I'd like to submit the first memo request, Memo 1, as my team affectionately calls it, for the CLA and CAO to prepare a report identifying potential savings for our consideration as we contemplate additional trade-offs and move to restore city services. I ask that you look specifically at the biggest allocations of our general fund revenue sources to start. I'd like to now turn it over to the Vice Chair of the Budget and Finance Committee, Bob Blumenfield, for any comments, and then we'll go around the horseshoe. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairwoman. It's a tough time to chair this committee. I will be with you, but I don't envy you anymore. I want to start by thanking the hundreds of people who have come to give public comment on the mayor's proposed budget and those who submitted written comments. Taking time to speak to us for 1 minute during the workday is a major commitment, and I've heard you and acknowledged the deep concern we have from our communities, employees, as we begin to review the mayor's budget proposal. You know, last year I talked about this budget being precariously balanced, and we all hoped for strong revenues that would support the budget decisions we made as a city. Unfortunately, as we have seen falling revenues and increased expenses now that must be addressed as we look into the next year, and we approve what is a technically structurally balanced budget, with this year, with the cuts and the layoffs, the budget is still not just precariously balanced, but it is teetering, to say the least. A budget is a statement of values, and we all value public safety, sustainability, infrastructure, the environment, the incredible work of our city workforce, and helping the most vulnerable, such as the homeless. Unfortunately, we can't fund it all, and we must make gut-wrenching choices. Some are optimistic that the state of California is going to provide funds to reduce or eliminate the proposed cuts, but we can't count on that today as we move forward. And while I appreciate the hard work of our partners in labor and the mayor to make our case in Sacramento, indeed, I went up there myself to do it, we can't bank on state funds before our deadlines come and we have to pass a budget. While we hope for the best, we have to plan for the worst. We must make a balanced budget plan, assuming that the projections made by the CAO and mayor are accurate and that honest assessments of our situation is there, even if some of those assessments right now might be a little rosy, actually. And I'm sorry this is a painful budget with deep cuts in essential services. Let's be clear, what's before us is brutal. Some would say a budget that essentially stops street resurfacing and building maintenance, has a 17-year tree trimming cycle, a 25-year community plan update cycle, a 200-year sidewalk repair cycle, a 3-month street sweeping frequency, or that takes 3 years to repair a broken streetlight is structurally balanced. Maybe in the strict financial sense, that's structurally balanced in that revenues equal expenditures, but it's not when you weigh a city's responsibilities against its functional roles. A budget that fails to fund curb ramps to make our sidewalks accessible or our mobility improvements to make our streets safe for all the voters, recognizing the liabilities we face when we do not maintain our infrastructure, doesn't feel balanced. I, for one, cannot wait 25 years for a sidewalk to be repaired, especially when we're implementing a legal settlement to address the failures of the past in this area. Similarly, we must meet our legal obligations for a federal court-monitored settlement for homelessness while holding the county accountable for their humanitarian obligations to people as well. While doing all this, can we adopt a budget that says for the next 3 years, the only places that will see infrastructure improvements are within 1 mile of venues of the 2028 games? Some things have to change. Can we approve a budget that eliminates nearly every city program aimed at reducing fossil fuel usage or addressing climate change, including building electrification and mobility improvements? Can we in good conscience eviscerate the planning department when we are in the midst of a housing crisis, or our Department of Animal Services when our shelters are overcrowded and overwhelmed? My goal in these budget hearings is to do everything possible to mitigate these cuts, including finding revenue, squeezing every possible dollar out of special funds, finding efficiencies, and where necessary, making difficult decisions about eliminating departments, commissions, or functions. And because so much of our budget is spent on the people who pave our streets, trim our trees, maintain our buildings and parks, and repair the vehicles used to do all those things, deep budget cuts may mean letting city employees go. Staffing cuts affect all of us, not only because those are facing pending layoffs, but also because many will be impacted due to our civil service rules, where staff will be transferred to different departments and changing job functions as the bumping rights take effect. I want to acknowledge the sensitivity in all of this because the solutions brought forward to save one position come at the sacrifice of another. Under our civil service rules that prioritize seniority, cuts will be felt most deeply by our junior employees, many of whom are just getting their footing after the turmoil of the COVID pandemic, who are starting families, building roots in our community in Los Angeles. I fear we could lose a generation of talent. Now, we also need to give general managers the greatest flexibility to implement the solutions that they're going to be bringing forward, and to do all this while keeping in mind the possibility of recession. Keeping in mind the havoc that tariffs could create to projects, supply, the economic engine of the port, and our tourism industry. And keeping in mind the potential cuts at the federal level that could eviscerate our housing and social service programs, the need to rebuild the Palisades, and the risks to our credit rating that could affect our borrowing costs. In short, our work is cut out for us. We can and will get through this, and I know we have a lot of really talented members around in this committee and around the Horseshoe and throughout this city as policymakers and really in all these departments. So we will get through this, but we will need to be creative, compassionate, and prudent. And with that, I'm ready to get started.
Thank you. Councilwoman Hernandez.
Thank you. Thank you, colleagues. I don't take my role on the Budget and Finance Committee lightly. I know the decisions we make here have real, tangible impacts on people's lives, their jobs, their homes, their families, and their futures. I want to start off by saying thank you to all the people who showed up to give public comment as well. Hundreds of people came. We had, like the chairwoman said, 9 hours of just hearing from committee members. And it was real folks out there living here, working here, sharing their life experiences. And it's sad, but oftentimes we don't get enough of that here in these chambers. So it's really wonderful to see here in Van Nuys. I have long said that budgets are a reflection of our values, what we choose to fund and what we choose to cut. That shows what kind of city we are. I recognize the incredibly difficult position the city is in. These are not easy choices, and that's why we need a thoughtful, nuanced approach rooted in fiscal responsibility and common sense. I know that we're in a fiscal crisis right now, but I truly believe this when I say it, and I tell my team all the time, that in a moment of financial crisis is the time to be truly fiscally responsible and innovative. We can't keep doing the things the same way over and over and over again in this city and expecting different results. And I look forward to bringing some innovative approaches to dealing with the shortfall and dealing with the crisis that we're in. I held hearings with our public works bureaus because I wanted to hear directly from the people doing the work. And what they told us was devastating, that the proposed cuts would kneecap basic city services, services people depend on every single day, that we get dozens of calls and emails for every single day, services that are already incredibly backlogged and underfunded. I remember my first year as a council member, we got budgeted to repave 2 alleyways. And it was awesome to be able to do to show that to the committee members whose alleyways were messed up for decades. But my second year, it was cut in the budget. And again, it's cut in this third year. We can't keep moving in that same direction. We have to be clear-eyed about the national context we're operating in as well. Our revenues show some increases, but there's a real possibility of a recession on the horizon. Financial and economic experts are saying that it's closer to the summertime. That is not calculated in this budget. Tourism is down, and the U.S. is actively alienating our highest tourist countries, Canada, Mexico, China. Meanwhile, we're preparing to welcome the world to Los Angeles multiple times in the next few years for massive events. How can we expect people to visit when our own federal government is disappearing its residents and antagonizing the global community? People are paying attention, both here and abroad, and they're choosing not to come here in rates that they have come here in the past. And that's going to impact the revenue that we generate as well. This budget cycle is a challenge, but it's also a real opportunity, a chance to double down on our values, to invest in people, to create safety and stability that isn't dependent on fear, and a real budget process that's actually going to help our city. We heard it directly from the public. Hundreds of Angelinos made it loud and clear yesterday and on Friday. Fund the services that uplift our communities and do not fill the gaps of this budget on the backs of workers. People are telling us what they need, and our job is to listen and to take action. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember McCosker.
Thank you, Madam Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your words, council members. Thank you. I appreciate all of those insights. I thought that the 10 hours that we heard from the public was really insightful, and it was incredibly valuable, and I was moved that folks so deeply understand what's at stake with this budget. And it is a tough budget. It is a tough budget. There's no line. There's nothing like a good budget, and this is nothing like a good budget. We're going to have some really difficult choices in front of us, and some things will present themselves more simply than others. I will tell you right now that I think, like most of us, we're going to be looking real hard at these 1,600 employees who are slated for layoff, and working very hard to find offsets wherever we can, to find opportunities to move folks into special funds where we can. I know that we're going to work hard to see where there are opportunities that make sense for each department to go into proprietary departments, for example, to come up with every way we possibly can to relieve this pain. And I appreciate very much, Madam Chair, Budget Memo 1 saying, let's look at the largest expenditures of general funds and see where we can create efficiencies. That is not an insignificant ask, and I appreciate that. You know, we'll have, one thing that presents itself immediately will be animal services, and that one might be simpler than others. Another thing that will present itself that will be more difficult is going to be civilians and police, and that is one where it's very clear that we could be penny wise but pound foolish. And I think we're going to have to take a hard look at that to see whether or not we are, as just an example, whether we are coming up with solutions that create problems that are larger than the solution, larger than what we had before the solution. I think also it's going to be important for us, and sorry to get into the guts of it, Madam Chair, but I think it's going to be important for us to look at something as large and as significant as one of the most important issues facing us today, and that's homelessness. I think we need to come back to square one, as we've said a few times, and go back to the late 1980s and ask ourselves, whose responsibility is this? We know that in the late 80s, the city of Los Angeles sued the county of Los Angeles because state statute says that the county has the responsibility. And the result of that, if not directly out of the settlement, but the result of that was the creation of LAHSA. You go 30 years down the road, and we put a lot of money, a lot of general fund money, into homelessness, as we chose to, and there's a moral imperative. But I think we have to ask ourselves at this moment, with everything, all of the shapes shifting in front of us, we have to ask ourselves at the moment, where are we, and where are we going with all of this? And so I feel like at this moment, we have to make, this budget gives us the unfortunate opportunity to make the really tough choices and ask ourselves at every single allocation of dollar, is this a core municipal function that we need to provide? And if not, what are we going to put into it? And if yes, how are we going to meet that moment and make sure that we are addressing our core municipal functions? And I will ask this, I will commit to this. I will ask real questions, not a speech. Be a real question where I really don't know the answer. And I'm going to ask every single person that comes to the center table, speak clearly and just give the answer. Too often in these discussions, there's always something in the background, and it's hard for folks to follow. I'm not just talking about getting away from the acronyms, getting away from the assumptions and the shorthanding of what we call departments. Let's give real answers. Let's really show our work and explain to the public what we're doing and why. Because we're going to have some really tough decisions where we're going to have to go back to folks and say, we decided not to fund this because. The because has to make sense. And so my commitment, I'll ask real questions, looking for real answers, And I'm just going to ask that we speak very, very plainly and clearly and explain it in a way that my mom could be listening in and understand what's going on. I'll tell her to avoid public comment during the regular meetings, but listen to the budget debates and explain it to our public, because this is their process. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilwoman Hutt.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I want to start by thanking the mayor and her staff for making painful decisions about a city that they love. I want to thank the community for coming out and showing their unwavering commitment to our city by waiting for hours and hours just to give that one moment to explain why it's important to them. As council members, I want you to know that we're all committed to this city. And you just heard that from my colleagues here on budget, the most difficult committee in the city at this time. But we're here to work for you. We all know that this is one of the worst budgets the city has ever seen. And as my staff and I have talked with departments and with city staff, we want to be mindful and deliberate in our discussions and our decisions. We need to build a budget that will restructure and rebuild this city stronger and more resilient than ever before. With that in mind, my priorities in this budget will be protecting our core services, minimizing layoffs, generating short-term revenue to offset job losses, identifying long-term revenue streams, and striving for long-term stability. That's what our city needs. That's what we're all here for. And thank you, Madam Chair, for giving me an opportunity to share with our members of the City of Los Angeles about what's important to each one of us. Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. I'd like to now invite the Office of the Mayor to the table to present their proposed budget. Colleagues, for each presentation or department, I'm going to try to keep questions moving, going around the horseshoe for each section. And I'm going to keep Councilmember Bloomfield's excellent system from last time, where you can put up one finger for a new line of questioning. You can give any finger you want. Or two if it's a follow-up. Okay? One for new, two for follow-up. Welcome, Mr. Hale.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair and members. My name is Matt Hale. I'm the Deputy Mayor of Finance, Operations, and Innovation for the Mayor. And it is both a duty and a privilege to present the Mayor's proposed budget before you today. I want to begin by providing some context for the spending plan this year. The proposed budget accounts for $13.95 billion in spending for fiscal year 25-26 and projects slight general fund growth of less than half a percentage point, 0.36%. There is more significant growth in special fund categories, but that growth doesn't necessarily help balance deficits. Many of our critical special fund revenues are derived from the same economically sensitive revenues as the general fund, like sales tax. The drivers of our deficit this year are real, and we have a great deal of uncertainty to contend with in the coming years. Our liability claims have spiked significantly, and payouts like we saw this year may be the new normal. The budget doubles our budget for liabilities, setting aside $200 million for the settlement of claims. And our costs for nearly everything are rising. The same forces driving copper wire thieves to target city infrastructure make the replacement of that same infrastructure even more expensive. Our payroll costs more in the coming year than it did this year and last year, and the benefits and pensions that accompany those costs also grow. The economy is in a particularly volatile condition, with the impacts of tariffs hitting our port and our industries. Stock market volatility has the potential to drive additional expense, particularly on pensions, where we rely on the rate of return to offset city general fund expense. And worsening sentiments about the United States globally drive tourists away, which hurts cities like Los Angeles particularly hard. The net result of all of these forces is that we had to solve a deficit of over $900 million. At this point, I'll address the elephant in the room, which is the fact that closing this deficit required extremely significant and impactful decisions. The budget proposes the elimination of a number of positions, including, unfortunately, filled positions, as we've all discussed already. But before we got to filled positions, we did the following to try to address the deficit. We counted new revenues, including the trash fee, thanks to Council's recent action, and ensure that trash pickup will be fully funded regardless of the general fund's condition. We also benefited towards the end of our process from slightly stronger revenues in the current fiscal year, which also increased trends for the next fiscal year and allowed us to nudge several revenue categories up slightly. We deferred action and generated savings from a number of capital projects, swapped out funding sources to reduce general fund expense, inaccessible housing and sanitation services, leveraged Measure A funding for homelessness, and other general fund reductions in homelessness services, and deferred increases from Measure FF to the end of the fiscal year, which reduced obligations to the fire and police pensions. We also reduced expenditures and expense accounts. These actions collectively amounted to about $650 million of our proposed deficit reduction solutions before we even got to position reductions. Ultimately, our last significant budget balancing action dealt with the elimination of positions, generating about $282 million in savings in this budget from the elimination of 1,647 filled positions and 1,076 vacant positions. The savings from each are about $151 million and $131 million, respectively. Put simply, even as a last resort, there is no great way to implement a reduction of over 1,600 filled positions. Our focus was on preserving the most skilled positions across all departments with staff that have expertise that's difficult to replace. But I'd like to start by addressing and acknowledging the impact of potential layoffs on the workforce. Even having a discussion about these position cuts like this is extremely stressful for our employees. And I certainly would not have preferred to sit here before you today and talk about those. As the committee considers this budget, I want to point out a few key facts. None of this would start happening until the new fiscal year and an adopted budget. This council, as you've all expressed, is going to work diligently to try to avoid some of those filled position reductions. We hope that we get significant state funding support, or absent that our labor partners could make agreements that allow us to offset these cuts. There are 4 months of funding for every filled position in the budget. That will give us some time to implement a layoff process if we needed to. And the layoff process is spelled out in the charter and the civil service rules, and I believe your committee will soon hear about that process from the personnel department. We will exhaust all options to avoid actual layoffs, working with the proprietary and special funded departments to absorb as many at-risk city employees as we can. In terms of the methodology of delivering these proposals, what you do is zoom into each department, consider what are the most critical positions within that department, zoom back out and look at how your proposals have changed the overall impact on the budget. And we did our best to engage with GMs during the process of contemplating these layoffs to develop alternatives and other trade-offs. Sometimes those trade-offs aligned well with the mayor's priorities, other times they were not feasible alternatives. We explored every realistic action that could have been taken to avoid potential layoffs and propose a balanced budget by April 21st. Filled position reductions and potential layoffs are on the table not because we want to do them, but because we have a structural budget problem and we need structural solutions. Because this budget isn't just about balancing 25-26, but it's about balancing 26-27, 27-28, and beyond. In terms of the structure of the budget, we also needed to make a significant investment in our cash reserves. This is critical both for compliance with our financial policies, but also to prepare the city for uncertainty. As many of you have mentioned, we don't know when or where the next emergency will happen. We don't know if our country will endure another recession, and if so, how deep and how broad of a recession. We don't know what fiscal year 25-26 will bring, and liquidity, cash reserves, is our defense against the unknown. That's why this budget sets aside nearly $500 million in the reserve fund, just over $200 million in the budget stabilization fund, and $30 million in a UB reserve for mid-year adjustments, amounting to about 8.96% of cumulative reserves against the general fund for fiscal 25-26. We also send a strong signal to our investors and rating agencies that Los Angeles will pay its bills. The city's bond rating has a direct impact on the taxpayers. We routinely borrow to deliver all kinds of services and invest in capital projects and equipment. When we're downgraded, the cost of borrowing grow and the increased interest in our debt comes right out of our budget and the taxpayer's pocket. The rating agencies are tracking our proposal to protect reserves and have indicated that this is an important element of the city's financial health. Ordinarily, I would not spend too much time on budget instructions, but this year is different in a lot of ways, particularly in that we're also calling for several actions that would have a restructuring effect on city government. I won't review every single instruction in the exhibit with budget instructions, but I will cover those that are most significant in the areas of revenues and efficiency, commission changes, and department consolidation. Several instructions in the proposed budget call for updates to fees, revenue-generating ordinances, new partnerships that will enable departments to leverage special funds, as well as work for proprietary departments that will offset some of the potential cuts that might have to be imposed on those departments. Most notably between planning and DBS, and between Bureau of Street Services, Bureau of Street Lighting, and the Department of Water and Power. The proposed budget calls for both the Innovation and Performance Commission and the Climate Emergency Mobilization Office and Commission to be eliminated. I want to be clear that this doesn't mean that the city is walking away from confronting the climate crisis, so that innovation and performance are not critical. But all three of these bodies were formed in response to a need for city government to roll up its sleeves, do the hard work of building consensus around sometimes very tough, very complex, and very politically charged policy areas. We need to refocus on driving a culture of innovation up and down city government. We need to refocus on the performance of programs and services and start reassessing them as a routine matter. We need to confront the climate crisis and ensure that every department that manages buildings or uses energy and water and produces emissions has a climate response in its DNA, which is why we've also convened a climate cabinet that's bringing departments together to make sure that our climate response is action and not just promotion. In addition, the proposed budget also folds the Commission on Community and Family Services into the Community Action Board, Community Action Agency, Community Action Board, excuse me, and it folds the Affordable Housing Commission into the Rent Adjustment Commission. Members, with the reductions that we're proposing in some of the departments that have to administer these commissions, some of this is a response to making sure that those departments have enough staff to adequately cover the commissions that they have reporting to them. And on the advice of the City Attorney's Office, the Mayor's Office is recommending that the committee strike Budget Instruction 10 relating to the Health Commission. On the subject of reconfiguring our departments, we're proposing a significant consolidation of several departments, including aging, economic and workforce development, and youth development, into the Community Investment for Families Department. I go into greater detail on that consolidation in the next slide, in terms of what we see as the benefits of that consolidation. But the proposed budget also recommends the transfer of the Chief Procurement Office function to the Bureau of Contract Administration, the Oil and Gas Regulatory function from the Board of Public Works to the Planning Department, and the Office of Forest Management to the Bureau of Street Services. The proposed budget also instructs the Fire Chief to incorporate the DEI Bureau of the LAFD into the Professional Standards Division. The new division would continue to promote the values of diversity, equity, and inclusion with all the tools it needs to drive changes in the culture at LAFD and ensure that the fire department reflects the diversity of Los Angeles. This places the function of promoting a safer environment for all firefighters with the unit that's principally responsible for fair hearing and disciplinary matters. On the consolidation of aging, EWDD, and YDD, it's Youth Development, Economic Workforce Development, into CIFD, I want to lay out our rationale and vision for these departments. Aging delivers services in nutrition, workforce development, community building, strategic planning, and grant administration. EWDD delivers services in business development, workforce development, community building, strategic planning, and grant administration. YDD delivers services in youth program education, community building, and strategic planning. EWDD administers youth source centers, but not YDD, while also administering work source and business source centers, but not family source centers, which are administered by CIFD. Aging administers the senior centers, but has workforce programming, but not connected to the work source and business source system. Most of these receive con-plan funding, which is administered by CIFD. None of these programs is particularly connected to each other or connect the participants of each of the services of those individual programs to the services provided by the other centers and other departments. Like most things in the city, we have divided them into silos, and people come through our doors saying, "I need help," are then given a scavenger hunt. In addition, each department has duplication in the overhead that's inherent to running a department. We anticipate that this proposal will save at least $5 million in direct salary costs, but more importantly will result in better outcomes and more effective services, services that can leverage each other and connect to each other for the people who rely on these departments today. I know many of the stakeholders believe that we have gone too far in consolidation, and some feedback we've received is that we haven't gone far enough and that we should consolidate other departments into each other as well. We think that this proposal strikes the right balance and can benefit Los Angeles youth, families, older adults, and local businesses by creating a one-stop shop for services for the whole family. I want to highlight public safety additionally as a key area of concern for every budget. The mayor's proposed budget will result in no layoffs for sworn positions at either police or fire. In the police department, we're budgeting for a reduced class size of 40. We'll continue to make recruitment a priority, and though there are layoffs among civilians at PD, this budget fully funds the 911 call center at the same level as last year. LAFD's budget now incorporates the approved labor contracts, has increases in fast response vehicles and advanced provider response units, and maintains critical vacancies in civilian positions that are important for keeping equipment maintained and ensuring that LAFD can improve on its payroll processing. EMD similarly was not impacted by layoffs in this proposed budget. Responding to the city's homelessness emergency remains a critical priority for the budget. The budget maintains a bridge home, tiny home villages, roadmap and non-roadmap beds, safe sleep, safe parking, and other critical services. The budget also continues funding for street-level hygiene and cleanliness services, and it maintains the Inside Safe program using a combination of general fund, grant funding, rollover balances from this fiscal year, reimbursements from the county, and the new general fund appropriation to Inside Safe is $21 million. I want to clarify one oft-raised point about this budget and the animal services program. Funding has been identified to restore the filled position cuts and avoid shelter closures. It may not have been clear from the Blue Book, but we placed funding in the unappropriated balance, and the mayor's office respectfully requests that the committee recommend allocating the funds into the department's budget in the final report to council. We made a number of difficult choices in this budget. Animal services was among those, and by the time we had a chance to set some money aside for this, it was too late to restore the positions and the funding back into the base department budget, which is why it's laid out in the budget as proposed. In terms of our next steps, we expect to get some indication from the governor's office and the legislature about whether we can anticipate funding from the state in the coming days. That would hopefully allow this committee to offset some of the reductions that are proposed. I expect that your committee will want to delve much more deeply into some of the trade-offs that we had to consider as part of putting this budget together. There are simply many, many, many to consider, and I will certainly be here for the duration of this, and we'll be happy to come to the table to discuss some of those trade-offs and those decisions, as well as meet separately with your staffs to talk about some of the considerations that went into putting this budget together. The whole mayor's office is also ready to assist in the finalization of this budget. I will be here for the duration, and just want to express my deep appreciation for our budget team led by Bernice Hollins, my team and the entire mayor's office, the CAO in his office, the controller and their team for their ongoing collaborations, and to all of you and your teams. Everyone has been extraordinarily gracious and patient as I've been trying to come up with answers to the hardest questions here, and I don't pretend to have all of them, but I am grateful for the support that you all expressed so far, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Hale. I have a few questions, and I'll turn it over to colleagues. Reminder for folks up here, new question, hold up a 1. If you have a follow-up to a question that's been asked, 2. Just to start out, how did you decide which programs to target for layoffs within departments? Did you go department by department, or by program, or by classification? And how much input did GMs have on these decisions?
We went department by department and program by program and position by position. And we started with a data set of about 3,700 positions from the CAO's office, and then whittled that down over the course of multiple iterations. We had an all-day session that invited the GMs to look at the maximum proposal for each of their departments and then offer feedback and present trade-offs and other alternatives that would avoid some of the position cuts. Ultimately, some of those aligned with the mayor's priorities and some did not. But you eventually do multiple passes over this list and do the best you can to try to minimize the impact. But at some point, trying to generate the amount of savings that you need in order to balance this budget gives way to unavoidable impacts in some areas. And so, this is the first pass at the layoff lists, and I know that departments are going to come in and talk more directly to this committee about the impacts of that. And I'm sure some will feel like the level of engagement was sufficient, and so others will probably feel like it was insufficient. But ultimately, these are decisions that the mayor's office and the mayor needs to make. And so where we were able to work with GMs on trade-offs, we did.
Okay. How did you decide which commissions to delete outright versus which to be studied later? And can you speak specifically to the Health Commission? It's our understanding we may not have the authority to delete it. There's a couple questions in there. So first, how did you decide what to axe and what to study later?
So ultimately, those were the mayor's decision. I mean, we presented a variety of options, and the mayor decided which ones she wanted to work with. And we also worked with CIFD in particular on commissions that reported to them to see if the consolidation would make sense with their new configuration.
Can you speak to the Health Commission?
Yeah, the Health Commission ultimately was something that we felt was not aligned with core city service because the city does not do public health as a general matter. But ultimately, the advice from the city attorney's office is that it's a more complicated endeavor to make changes to that commission.
Okay. Can you talk a little bit about the savings and policy goals associated with the departmental consolidations and functional transfers?
Yeah, the direct salary savings, meaning just the direct costs of the positions and the salaries, not the fringe benefits, will be about $5 million with the proposed budget as it was proposed. But more than that, we're anticipating that under one roof and under CIFD, you will be able to have one-stop shops for family source, youth source, business source, and potentially even aging services and aging centers, so that the outcomes for families that are looking for help from city government that are funded by our grant funding will be improved.
Okay, I have just one more question and I'll turn it over to colleagues. Some resources are provided for work associated with the 2028 Olympic and Paralympic Games. What's the overall plan and what are the resource needs so we can be ready for the 28 Games? Is there an official strategic plan? Can you talk a little bit about that?
I think the investments we're making this year are headed in the direction of developing that plan. I'm not going to speak to a plan that I have not seen, but I think what we are trying to accomplish is laying at least a foundation and a groundwork to begin having the totality of that. I think one of the risks in this budget, and especially with as many proposed position cuts, is just having the workforce that we need to deliver on those games. And it sort of reinforces the need for us to have a very robust volunteer program and a very robust strategic plan that decides where we need to go outside for help and where we need to bring in restorations in between now and the implementation of the games.
Yeah, query whether reducing all these positions will allow us to be ready for the 28 Games. Volunteers are going to be great, but they're not going to design projects and do the planning and the engineering. All right, I'll start with you. No questions? Councilwoman Hutt, you have any questions? Councilwoman Hernandez.
Thank you, Chairwoman. $2.8 million for community safety. Can the mayor's office please share more about what kinds of programs this line item funds and how they are distributed citywide, please?
Yes, so that actually funds the Office of Community Safety, which is led by Deputy Mayor Karen Lane. And if you would like, we can actually report back on that with a budget memo, if that would be okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Another question? Okay. 4 million has been set aside for the mayor's office from the citywide opioid settlement dollars. What is the current status of the mayor's program and the total amount of expenditures?
That is actually money, I think, from the 23-24 spending plan, and I don't know that the mayor's office has exhausted that original proportion of it yet. The opioid settlement funding that's in the current fiscal year budget, or the proposed budget for 25-26, is flagged as mayor and council, so it's for us to jointly develop a proposal. But we would be happy to report back on the level of expenditure against the existing program with the original allocation from the 23-24 budget.
Great. So just so I understood, there has been no expenditures?
No,
so
there
far.
have been expenditures. I can't speak to those right off the top of my head.
Okay.
Right now. Yeah.
Great. And Chairwoman, you know, in that interchange that we just had, and he asked for if I wanted a budget memo, in those moments, because I know that we want to be cautious and intentional, would love to hear your insight on how you would like us to move when that opportunity comes up to do a budget memo. Because I have some that I already want to do, but I think some will come up as we go. But I don't want to overburden us either, right?
Yeah, I appreciate that. I think if we can all just be mindful on the number of memos we're asking for individually and cumulatively, given that it's going to generate an incredible amount of work, and really trying to be thoughtful and not duplicative in terms of the memos we're asking for. That's what I'm asking all of us to try and do.
Great, thank you. I just have a couple more questions. If
Sure,
that's okay.
go ahead.
Thank you. 750,000 for immigration integration. Can Matt, you please share a little bit more about how these funds are spent and what programming was implemented last year?
Yes, that's funding for the Office of Immigrant Affairs in the mayor's office, and that team, at least in the pre-Trump days, or in the early part of the Trump administration, was dealing with kind of the busing of the immigrants into the city from other states like Texas, and just generally trying to provide supportive services for immigrants that are under attack by federal policy right now.
Great, and to follow up on that, is that more like a coordination or actually delivery of services?
It's a little bit of both.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. What type of service delivery?
Well, I mean, the staff that works in that office is on the ground, I think, working with the service providers, trying to help manage, whatever circumstance they're trying to manage at that moment.
Great, thank you. And my last, we've heard from multiple departments that the proposed layoffs will deeply impact revenue generation for the city. Please work with the departments to provide a list of revenue-generating positions that were proposed to be cut, and come back with recommendations on which positions need to be maintained, the estimated amount of money they are anticipated to bring in, and any changes to the revenue outlook based on the information found. Please, thank you.
Sure.
And if I could just add, the reason is because we had conversations with lots of departments where their revenue-generating positions were cut, yet the revenue was still counted in the budget. That math does not math, so would like that information, please. Thank you.
And so this is a request to CAO and CLA?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Great. And if we can save the budget memo request for the department when they're up here, just as a general thing, I think that's easier because not everybody is necessarily here for all of it. So I can see that Mr. Szabo is, but generally speaking. Okay.
Thank you.
Any more questions?
I'm good, thank you.
Okay, well, Councilmember McCosker.
Thanks very much. Matt, thank you very much, Matt. Clear presentation. Just to be super clear, going back to animal services. So this is a situation where you're looking for savings, you're going through, you find what you think are savings in animal services, which is really clear, going to cause the shutdown of 3 of the shelters. And then at the end of the process, you've realized enough savings, and so you put $5 million back into the UB with the intent, because the numbers do match up, of being able to replace those positions.
That's correct.
And then the 1 million plus, a little over $1 million for the displacement of employees, that's additional money that can go into something, presumably animal services.
Right, and I think, the Blue Book page with related costs flagged the cost of all of the filled position reductions at about $6.5 million.
Yeah.
So you combine the $2 million that's in the budget for the 4 months of filled position reduction saving, or filled position reduction appropriation with the $5 million in the UB, and you can offset the layoffs.
Right, okay, thank you. So then going to consolidations, I mean, I appreciate the idea of consolidations. It looks like really a small set of groups proposed to be consolidated. And was it driven by efficiencies and delivery of service, or was it driven by savings of general fund money?
Primarily by efficiencies in the delivery of services, because, I mean, $5 million is nothing to sneeze at, but it also doesn't hardly chip away at a $900+ million deficit.
Yeah.
And so if you're going to propose a consolidation, you're proposing it not just for a bad budget year and trying to generate savings from that. You're proposing it because you think it actually makes the delivery of those services better.
Did y'all look at other consolidations of larger and more generally funded groups of departments and take a pass?
We weighed a number of different consolidation options over the course of considering this proposed budget, but ultimately, it depends on who you ask whether this was too much or too little. And I think that this is a fairly substantial lift in and of itself to bring 4 departments into a single department without then going and doing that on a larger scale in other areas. So we are wide open, I think, to other discussions around other consolidations, but the challenge becomes, do you do it all at once, rip off the Band-Aid and have like a mass restructuring, or do you kind of do this in a phased way over multiple years? And certainly, this is the mayor's proposed budget. This was the mayor's first take on this.
Well, it's always phased because it goes into Exhibit H. It doesn't happen in the budget. It happens following the budget. So it's always phased, whether it's months or years.
Right, and so the question is, do you phase in a bunch more, or do you start with this and then wait for next year to do more, or stop here?
If I may, Madam Chair, a couple more. Sure. Speaking of Exhibit H, so that's where we have the city commissions considerations. Was there any consideration of Public Works?
The Board of Public Works?
Yep. Elimination of the board.
I don't believe that we had any serious conversation around that, no.
Okay. Looking at personnel, instruction 26 talks about doing what we've done in the past, we as a city have done in the past, and that's looking at employee health care plans and benefits. And periodically, folks make the list of covered persons, and they run out of eligibility, and sometimes that list is larger than it should be. Right. We're looking at doing that analysis and a clawback. 2 questions. Do you have a sense of how long that takes? Should we pursue it? And I think we should. And what kind of savings, what kind of recovery that would result in?
I don't actually have an answer on either of those, and that I will have to ask Personnel Department to opine on that.
We can save it for personnel when we get there. I think that's it for now. Thank you.
Councilmember Blumenfield.
A couple things. One, just on the following up on the animal services stuff. So the UB makes it fully funded, is that correct? Having funding in the UB makes animal services fully funded?
I'll focus on the term fully funded, right? Because it will restore all of the filled position reductions. There are other vacancy reductions and contract services and other things that were also cut as part of the budget balancing actions. The $5 million may not be sufficient to make all of those restorations, but it will restore all of the filled positions.
Okay, and then in terms of some of the other issues that they have, like the food, the uniforms, some of those other deficiencies that they were highlighting.
Right, and I think we made a conscious decision not to wipe out those accounts as part of the budget balancing actions, because we know that they need some level of that. They may need to dip into the Animal Welfare Trust Fund in order to, continue funding some of those services over the course of the next fiscal year. But that will be something that the Board of Animal Services Commissioners will consider, and the department will. The bottom line is that the department will be in a much better position with their filled positions restored, even with the reductions in those other accounts.
Great. And then I wanted to ask about the Innovation Commission, because that, to me, came a little bit out of left field, because I've always looked at that, and obviously was involved in the creation of it, as something that saves us money. And over the history, we've created a lot of innovations, and we've created a lot of savings for the city. And relatively speaking, it's it's very low cost. So what was the rationale for eliminating them rather than just reducing the funds that go to innovation?
It's a policy decision, council member, and it's informed by the fact that every commission that we have carries a little bit of a staff burden, carries with it a little bit of an administrative burden, and once you reduce the innovation fund down to a zero balance, it did not make sense to continue the activities of that commission.
I guess if it's down to a zero, and I guess, as I said, it's a policy thing. For me, I've seen, even with a small amount, that getting all the proposals in, half of what the benefit of the commission is not just the projects that we fund, but getting the city to think about how to be more innovative and getting people to put those proposals together. But thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions? Memo request? Okay. Seeing none, thank you so much. Thanks for being here. We're going to move on to the overview of the proposed budget by the CAO. In this presentation, we'll also review revenues, general city purpose, reserve fund, unappropriated balance, MICLA, STIEP, TRAN, and Exhibit H. Mr. Szabo, I'll ask that you give your broad overview first, and then I have some process questions to ask. Then we'll ask that you go ahead and present on revenue, and we'll ask questions on revenue, and so forth, GCP, and then that's how we'll go. Welcome, please go ahead.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Matt Szabo, City Administrative Officer. I will provide the committee with the CAO's overview of the mayor's proposed budget. We will touch on revenue, and then we can get deeper into revenue as the committee desires. We will talk about the principal components of the budget, and also our compliance with financial policies, our forecast, our outlook, and the risks that we face to that outlook, both on the revenue and expenditure side. So I'll hold on one second. I'm sorry, one moment, just technical difficulty. Okay, sorry about that. All right, Madam Chair and members of the committee, the mayor's proposed budget makes difficult but necessary reductions required to correct the structural imbalance the city faces due to economic headwinds and rising costs. Required cost increases paired with declining revenue created a nearly $1 billion budget gap that the proposed budget closes through structural reforms and reductions. I will point out that the 8.062 proposed general fund budget, general fund revenue, is just a 0.4% increase, $29 million over the adopted fiscal 24-25 budget. Our historical trends are at 4.1%. If we were on our historical trend, we would have realized an addition of about $330 million. But we are essentially flat at $29 million, 0.04%. Largely, we are seeing a waning of our 7 economically sensitive, economy-sensitive revenue sources, principally in the area of business tax, sales tax, and hotel tax. Hotel tax being down 8.1%, sales tax down 6.3%, and business tax down 3.8%. To put this in perspective, the 4% or 0.4% revenue growth is the lowest in 14 years when we were last suffering from the impacts of the Great Recession. If you look at that chart, you can ignore fiscal 22-23. It shows a 0.8% reduction. That is because that was the year after we received very significant, huge influx of federal dollars that we counted a large portion of as general fund revenue. So it was the drop off from that. So really, it's been 14 years since we've seen revenue growth this low. On the strategy to close the gap, Mr. Hale from the Mayor's office walked through their strategy, so I will not spend a lot of time on that. Again, this was the cost increases and revenue loss. We discussed this during the mid-year FSR that led to the billion-dollar gap that this budget needed to close. And through a combination of revenues, including and importantly the trash fee increase, which will put us on a path to full cost recovery after the end of next year, spending reductions, and then position cuts, both filled and unfilled, close the billion-dollar gap. Of course, there will be, certainly expect, as there should be, significant conversation and deliberation over the proposed filled position eliminations. The 1,647 position eliminations have a direct cost, a direct savings to the fiscal 25-26 budget of $114 million and $150 million when you consider the pension impact. So we really need, when we're talking about positions, we always need to consider the pension impact as well. There's pension savings and there's pension costs when we add positions. The nearly 1,100 vacant positions would generate a full year savings of $131 million. The reason that we are only considering a partial year savings for the filled position eliminations, of course, is that that process will take time. We are assuming 8 months of savings for the filled position eliminations, yielding $150 million. The full cost of those 1,647 positions for a full year would be $225 million. The reductions in staffing in the proposed budget would bring us to 32,342 regular positions. This does not include the positions at the proprietary departments. This would be the lowest level since we began to rebuild after the Great Recession in fiscal 14-15. I will briefly also review the proposed budget's compliance with our financial policies, and then we will focus on some key policies, including, importantly, our 4-year outlook and our structural balance. The budget as proposed is largely compliant with our financial policies. It complies with our reserve fund policy of at least 5% of general fund revenues. It proposes 6.01%, or $484 million. It complies with our budget stabilization fund policy. In fact, due to the revenues coming in below our 20-year average, we could have, or the mayor could have, elected to withdraw $32 million per policy from the budget stabilization fund. This budget does not propose that withdrawal from the budget stabilization fund, and it would remain at $208 million. We do comply with our debt limits, our debt policy, and also, importantly, our one-time revenues being spent on one-time expenditures. This year, we are spending the budget proposes to spend $263 million in one-time costs, one-time expenditures, and the budget assumes $76 million in one-time revenues. And the reason that this is a very important financial policy is that it basically tells us whether we are creating a structural deficit or working to close that structural deficit. So having our only spending our one-time revenues on one-time expenditures ensures that we're not widening the structural deficit. I will say the reason for such a high level of one-time expenditures is the required appropriation to the reserve fund to get the reserve fund back into compliance, because we are projecting that we will finish the year below the 5%. I will touch on our outlook briefly, as it is part of our financial policies, but we will talk about that more in depth in a moment. But we are required to seek structural balance. The budget, as proposed with the assumptions that we'll discuss in a moment, does provide structural balance for each of the 4 years of our 4-year outlook, with a $13 million surplus in 26-27, 141 in 27-28, 326 in 28-29, and 454 in 29-30. I need to put a giant asterisk on those projections because they rely on assumptions that will change very quickly as we begin to proceed through budget evaluation, and they rely on some assumptions around the economy where there is significant risk. The reserve fund, we began this year in the adopted budget right at that minimum of 5%. And we almost immediately, due to actual revenues, dropped below that 5% and had been struggling to maintain the reserve fund above our emergency level for most of this current fiscal year. In the mid-year FSR, that reserve fund dropped to 3.22%. This budget does bring that reserve fund level up to 6%, 6.01%. That required $195 million in an appropriation to the reserve fund. So almost 20% of the deficit that the budget needed to close was closed because we needed to make an appropriation to the reserve fund to get us to that minimum. This is, while it is important that reserve fund is above that 5% level, we don't want to be in a position in the future where it is required to make an appropriation to the reserve fund. The reserve fund should be there as a safety net, and so this is a problem that this budget does correct, and additional action will be necessary to ensure that we're not in this position in the foreseeable future. So going back to the outlook, where are we and where do we project that we're headed? I do want to talk about the risks, but first I do want to, as has been reported to you, we are and have been under surveillance by the principal rating agencies that rate our bonds. And last week, or actually earlier, I guess it was late last week, excuse me, S&P Global Ratings lowered its long-term rating on our general obligation bonds to AA- from AA. This will impact our cost of borrowing, particularly for large projects like the convention center, for example. Other rating agencies continue to have us on negative watch, meaning that they will take ratings actions in the coming weeks. And they are watching very, very closely as to how the council addresses our current structural imbalance. I do want to read an excerpt from the publication. Significant uncertainty surrounding the duration and impact of federal tariff policies, as well as the economic and revenue impact of the January firestorms, heightens the risk to Los Angeles's economically sensitive revenues and underscore the need for careful financial management. highlighting the need for strong cost controls and structural reform to return the city's general fund budget to operational balance. It will be important for us to think about that guidance as we make decisions amending the budget. So I want to go back to our outlook. Our outlook, as proposed, is where we want it to be. We want to project surpluses in the future. We don't want to project deficits. However, that outlook is based on a number of key assumptions. And principally, the assumptions, we are not assuming that there would be a recession. We're assuming that there will be a gradual return to our historic 4.1% average on revenue, and there is significant risk there, as we have been discussing and as we'll discuss a little bit further. Furthermore, the outlook assumes, when you look at the expenditure line, which is the red line below, it assumes that all of the cuts that are in the proposed budget are adopted and maintained for 4 years. And clearly, there is a need and desire to restore some of those cuts and to restore some of the services associated, but it's important to know that the outlook assumes that the cuts are adopted and maintained. It also assumes, starting in 27-28, that there are no new labor costs beyond what is contractually obligated. So we build in, when we don't have a contract, we build in an assumption of a 2% increase in personnel costs for the out years. So when you see the surplus grow fairly dramatically in the out years, that's the ending of the labor deals, and then we replace that with a 2% inflation for our personnel costs. So clearly, those assumptions are instructive because there are significant risks to those assumptions. The uncertainty in the economy means that already slow growth has serious downside risk, and economic risk is our primary risk on the revenue side. So we have uncertainty from the January wildfires, from erratic tariff application, and an ongoing trade war, economic and tourism boycotts, disruptive immigration enforcement and deportations, and federal cuts to spending and services. And nowhere are we seeing the impacts of federal policies more immediately than in tourism. And of course, we rely heavily on tourism to fill our hotels. We're assuming more than $300 million from our hotel tax alone this year, which, by the way, hasn't fully recovered from the drop-off that we experienced during COVID. And if we just take a look at some of our main trading partners and sources of visitors, if you look at Canada, flight bookings from Canada to the US fell by over 70% in 2025 alone. Airlines have cut 320,000 seats through October. European travel to the US has also declined significantly. Bookings from major European airports to US destinations have dropped up to 23%, and this is just in 2025. And then as it relates to China, China used to be a huge source of tourism for Los Angeles. In 2019, LA had 1.2 million Chinese visitors, and that has steadily declined after COVID, and it never really recovered from COVID. And in 2023, that number was just over 400,000. And just these and other curtailments in international travel have led to a immediate and significant drop in our hotel occupancy rates. They're now below 60%. We haven't seen occupancy rates that low since 2016. So these and other indicators require us to consider the impact of a recession as we consider this budget and consider decisions that we'll make. So my office ran a recession scenario. What we took was the actual impact. So this is not just a kind of a straight line, what happens if revenue declined by 5%. We looked at what happened in two city revenues in the 1990 recession and the 1992 recession, in the dot-com bust in 2000, 2001, and in the Great Recession. And what we would see is that if we have a recession that is consistent with the revenue impacts that we experienced in previous recessions, then all of a sudden our structural balance goes out the window. Our current budget, and this, by the way, assumes that all of the reductions are adopted, that the layoffs move forward, that the positions are eliminated. We would have a $187 million deficit for the fiscal year that we are contemplating currently, followed by a $406 million deficit, followed by a $423 million deficit, followed by a $402 million deficit, followed by a $411 million deficit. If a recession that we experience, if we are to experience a recession, is consistent with the prior 4 recessions that affected Los Angeles. So then we ask another question. All right, well, we have recession risk. Well, what happens then if we restore a number of the positions in the budget and we reverse a number of the cuts that are recommended? And that is all about how we do it. If we restore positions with alternative structural solutions, then we'll be in a situation where we could manage, although we're going to have to deal with the revenue impacts of a recession if we hit a recession. But if we hit a recession and on top of it, we don't make structural reductions, again, I'm not saying we have to make exactly the same reductions as proposed, but if they are not replaced with structural solutions, then we get into really, really dangerous territory. So that $406 million deficit under the recession scenario would balloon to 617. And so our assumption here, by the way, is that we would restore all the filled positions, but we would do it with one-time solutions, so that we would have to feel the full brunt of those costs in out years. In 27, 28, 423 would balloon to 638. In 28, 29, the $402 million deficit would go to 619, and in 29, 30, the $411 million deficit could increase to 633. So against that backdrop, we do need to consider how we can recommend, or at least how my office will recommend, position restoration and layoff avoidance. As I said before, the damage that the layoffs and the layoff process will do is worth looking at restoring the position separate and apart from the service reduction and the impacts to the individuals. So again, going back to the impact, what is the target? If we wanted to restore the positions, if we wanted to eliminate the layoffs, what is our target number? So the budget assumes $150 million in savings from the 1,647 filled position eliminations. However, because we're only counting 8 months of savings, if we want to restore those positions, we need to consider the full year's cost, because we need to consider the year after and the year after. And that would increase to $225 million. That's the value of all of the layoffs for a full year. So again, although these layoffs were proposed out of financial necessity, they will be seriously disruptive beyond the immediate and long-term service impacts, and the impacts, of course, to the individuals losing their employment. But it will cause, and these layoffs and subsequent displacements will cause major disruption to nearly every department in the city, regardless of whether that department experienced position loss because of the displacements and the reversions that will be happening. And it will be extremely disruptive to city services. And I believe that Malika Billups from the Personnel Department will either detail that later today or when she comes to speak before the committee. So with the $225 million target in mind, I do want to walk you through the CAO recommendations on how we can reduce the required number of layoffs and in some cases restore positions that have been proposed for elimination. So these are the categories of ways in which we could either restore positions or at least avoid layoffs. And I need to start with, and by the way, these are, if you're asking us for a budget memo and you're asking us to do any of these things, we would recommend in the budget memo, recommend approval for sure, because we're looking to, we're not looking to lay people off. The budget doesn't need to lay people off, but it does need to make structural reductions. It does need to reduce payroll in some way. So the best and most direct way to reduce our payroll is to not add to it. And so I do need to, even though this is not within the purview of the committee to implement, a deferral of the planned increases to salaries would be the best and most direct way to eliminate the layoffs. But that would require everyone, every city employee, including police and fire, to defer their raises. But the savings that we would derive from those deferrals, and we would count a COLA deferral as a quasi-structural solution because it lowers what our assumed payroll level is for that year, and so the following year and the following year would be building off of a lower base. The savings that would be derived would allow us to restore, of course, at the committee's discretion, the positions that you would want to restore, and we certainly would not need to move forward with the layoffs. Another way that we can restore positions is through position swaps. A number of departments will have made recommendations to put forward other vacant positions. For example, don't take this position, take this position. If it's a one-for-one in terms of value, a vacancy for a filled position, certainly we would recommend that. We would also look at alternative ongoing reductions, and it's critical that they be ongoing. So if we are able to make adjustments to our ongoing obligations, I know the city controller has raised the issue of what we contribute to our fire and police pensions. We were not, my office was not able to validate some of the ideas that he has put forward before we had to, the mayor had to submit the budget. But we certainly recommend that they be explored. If there is an opportunity to comply with our funding policies but reduce our contribution, we would count that as a structural reduction. So I certainly would recommend that you consider that when you bring up fire and police pensions. Also, reducing new spending would be an ongoing reduction. Now, the budget eliminates, as you know, 2,700 positions, but it also adds 235 new general funded positions with an estimated general fund impact of $27 million. Again, this would be in the category of COLA deferrals. If we can save money and we can restore positions, if we also just don't add to what our base is. We could also eliminate positions that wouldn't trigger layoffs. For example, if some positions were eliminated, there could be redeployment of those positions into to other uses. In some cases, it would reduce overtime costs. Also, if we're talking about our sworn departments, we could reduce hiring plans, and then that would save money through attrition, and it wouldn't actually trigger a layoff, although it would have a service impact for sure. On the issue of transfers, the personnel department and my office have been working with our proprietary departments and our other non-general funded departments, including library and lacers and pensions, to identify the vacancies that they have. And it is, we think that there are several hundred vacancies, I don't have a more specific number yet, that are in the same or similar classifications as those that are recommended for elimination. if we can effectuate transfers to those departments based on an operational need from those departments, then that would be a layoff avoidance measure. And although you would still lose the position and we would need to take the position, it would not trigger the disruptive layoff process. And then lastly, if positions could be reassigned to other non-subsidized, critical non-subsidized special funds, that would be also a way that we could reduce the layoff and preserve the service. In the area of what I would consider structural risk, there may be proposals to count new revenue or make new revenue assumptions. It is critical that we maintain a conservative approach given the uncertainty of our economy. Grant funds, there will certainly be proposals to say, move this person to a grant, to this grant. We would just need to verify that these grants are not subsidized, that there's not a gap in what that grant is covering. And then lastly, areas that I would not recommend. In these, the through line through all of these they are one-time in nature. So we should not restore a filled position by drawing down the reserve fund or the budget stabilization fund, or assuming revenues that are speculative in nature, or counting one-time revenues, or other short-term options like selling city property, for example. To sell city property to fill a position, that's a one-time revenue source for an ongoing obligation. And in terms of one-time reductions, we need to be careful about one-time reductions. So for example, in 2020 and 2021, there was a $150 million cut to the police department. The majority of that was a cut in overtime, and we learned that that cut never actually materialized because there was not a corresponding reduction in deployment. So we would need to actually make a structural reduction that we can count on year over year in order to count those savings to restore positions. And the same would go for furloughs to the extent that furloughs are a short-term solution. However, I do need to say that in ongoing conversations with the EERC, the council president has asked me to run a few scenarios or run additional scenarios for furloughs that could possibly be implemented if they were negotiated to close a gap, any gap that would be remaining after the committee does its work that could be used for layoff avoidance. And then lastly, and I apologize for going on for such time, but this is important ground to cover. As many of you have said in your opening remarks, we're going to do what we need to do and make the decisions we need to make to balance the budget in a structural way, and it will have consequences. But the question does remain, and the question that is hanging over all of our heads right now is how do we avoid getting into this situation ever again. We find ourselves yet again in a challenging financial situation, and I would like to say that is extraordinary, but I can't because it's not. We have been here before, and we've been here before, and we've been here before. And it should tell us something, and more than just tell us something, it should compel changes to our policies, procedures, and standards to limit the likelihood that we'll be here again the next time we face economic headwinds. And so as the city is considering amendments to the city charter and other structural and process reforms, I do recommend that we take up for consideration the following measures, starting with financial resilience. And as we said in our revenue discussion, more than 70% of our general fund revenue is derived from 7 major taxes, all of which are susceptible to changing economic conditions. We do not have the luxury to operate like a general law city that relies almost exclusively on property tax, which is the most stable and reliable of our taxes. We should not allow ourselves or put ourselves in a position to face major shortfalls every time there are fluctuations in the economy, because we know there will be fluctuations in the economy. So raising the required reserve fund minimum in the charter and or in our financial policies above the current 2.75 and 5% levels will provide the necessary resilience against economic volatility. Furthermore, as it relates to contracts, the contracts with our employees are the most impactful financial agreements we make, as personnel costs make up to 80% of our spending. But the process as currently designed provides very little opportunity for open deliberation until the end, when oftentimes commitments have already been made. So reforming how we consider our labor contracts and other long-term contractual obligations to provide the full council and the public at large greater access to the issues, justifications, and long-term impacts of these agreements is critical to planning for and maintaining long-term fiscal health. And finally, base budget evaluation. I think one of the strongest arguments around a 2-year budget is it will allow us to evaluate what it is that we're doing. Our budget year over year is inherently additive. That is to say, we have last year's adopted budget, and then we consider how much we're adding to it in the next year. And the conversation is almost always exclusive to, are we going to add this or are we not going to add this? So requiring, as part of a multi-year budget process, regular and systematic consideration and implementation of structural and operational efficiencies to the base budget should be considered. And with that, thank you for your patience, and I will open it up for questions on this or other matters.
Thank you, Mr. Szabo. So many departments have offered ideas relative to moving filled positions to special funds. Can you talk about the fiscal implication of doing this, and has there been sufficient time to analyze the various proposals?
So in general, as I discussed in the ways to restore positions, moving existing filled positions to special funds, reassigning them to non-subsidized special funds, we would recommend that we look at that. Now, it depends. So as we go department by department, should the committee wish to restore a position using that method, our budget memo will analyze the condition of that special fund to ensure that it actually is not subsidized and can fully fund that position.
Thank you. This is similar to a question that Councilwoman Hernandez asked of the mayor's office. This budget assumes revenues, but cuts quite a number of revenue-generating positions. What analysis was done to determine revenue projections aren't impacted by these cuts? And is additional policy direction needed for any of these revenues to ensure full receipts?
We need to look at that on a case-by-case basis. There is certainly risk if positions that are eliminated have some role in bringing in revenue. It is very, very rarely a straight line calculation, however. Even with traffic officers, it is dependent on the deployment or how those traffic officers are used. Certainly, if a traffic officer is exclusively dedicated to enforcement, that should bring in certainly much more revenue than the value of the position or the cost of the position. But just as an example, we were looking at our parking fine revenue, and in fiscal 17-18 we had 618 traffic officers, and we brought in $140 million in revenue. By 22-23, we had 640 traffic officers, but we only brought in $108 million in revenue. So there is, in the area of traffic fines, there's been a steady decline. But again, certainly there is risk there. We just need to look and do further analysis on that case-by-case basis if we're seeking to restore positions for revenue-generating purposes.
Okay, thank you. I just have one more question. Do you have a list of positions eliminated that are funded by fees, grants, and other funding sources that don't depend on the general fund?
The positions that were provided to the mayor's office largely, and I need to, that was largely the check and the analysis that we did on the front end. We were looking at general funded positions and special funded positions that received at least some general fund subsidy. That is not to say that there may not be a handful of positions that are fully special funded, and we would need to look at that if, to verify that's the case, if that's the case.
Okay, to that end, I'd like to ask for a report or a memo that provides a breakdown of how many filled or vacant positions proposed to be deleted or funded by fees, grants, or other funding sources that don't depend on the general fund, and a rationale for why these are proposed for deletion to the extent they exist. And if there aren't any, never mind. Colleagues? Let's start with Councilwoman Hutt. Go to you next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. CAO, for this report. I have a revenue question I'm interested in. The current rate of our travel and tourism in the city is, over the last 3 months, has been less than we projected. Do we feel that our TOT projections are accurate and overly optimistic right now?
I'm going to have, yeah, go ahead, Melissa.
Melissa Krantz, Office of the CAO. So we did reduce our estimated revenue for fiscal year 25 with regards to how those receipts have been decreasing. We are using industry forecasts for the current year and next year, which were reduced just in March in response to what the industry had been seeing with regards to tourism boycotts, travel warnings. But there is risk because we're seeing more and more countries issuing travel warnings in response to detentions at the borders. So, you know, we will be reporting on those receipts in our year-end FSR, but we will also be reporting to the CLA where we end with April receipts and whether there should be other adjustments.
Thank you. Madam Chair, is this a time to ask for report backs, or are you waiting to another time?
Sure, if it's related to the proposed budget overview, yeah.
Sure. Okay, then I'd like to request a budget memo to the CAO to provide further analysis of what our TOT projections are, and considering just those things you talked about, what the risks are, what the advisories from other countries and so on. Okay. Thank you. I have more questions, but we're on revenue, right?
Thank you. Councilmember Blumenfield.
Thank you. Yep, Lou? Check. Okay, there you go. Just to follow up on something you were saying, if we were to get one-time revenue from the state, magically they dropped $300 million on us, it's your recommendation that this not go to salaries and that we proceed because it's one-time money and we wouldn't want to put it to ongoing costs? Is that what I'm hearing?
So if we were to receive one-time money from the state, it certainly would depend on how much. So your question used $300 million. What we would recommend certainly is to proceed with other means of reducing the required number of layoffs, and you know, we would still recommend moving forward with alternative ongoing reductions, transfers where it makes sense. Because, by the way, the transfers, that is potentially a win-win. There is significant operational need in the airport in particular for positions as they're gearing up for all of the world events. So that is something that we should look at anyway. I wouldn't move away from alternative savings that we could achieve. But we would need to. It would depend on what it would look like, and if it was designed for position restoration, we would use it for position restoration. My hope is that it would be flexible enough that we could use it over multiple years.
Okay, so depends, but we still have that conundrum if it's one-time money of how we fill ongoing positions.
And we'd have to manage it within the context of other decisions in the budget, yes.
Okay. And then I also wanted to ask you about, you mentioned the ratings downgrade on borrowing. want to understand the impact of that. I mean, in terms of it's making our MICLA costs go up, it's impacting a lot of the numbers that are already in the budget. Is that right? Or if you, I'll ask it more broadly. Could you explain the impact of the rating agency's downgrade on the cost of borrowing and everything else?
In general terms, it will make our borrowing costs increase. Now, I do need to say this is a one rating. There will be multiple ratings, and so as we move through this budget, if we are looking at, and even S&P when they issued their downgrade, indicated that adopting a budget with structural reductions and getting us a structural balance would be a significant positive. So we can certainly limit the impact with the decisions that we make over the next 3 weeks. But in general, it will make the cost of long-term borrowing, these are long-term ratings, more expensive. And the biggest example of that is that we have a pending conversation, a pending decision on the convention center. And so that will impact the borrowing costs in our debt service for a project like that. I can't give you exact numbers quite yet.
Right. Although as we go through this process, it's going to be important to understand those numbers, because even the convention center, we may have a decision on X, but if it's X plus, our decision may be different.
Correct, and we can certainly run scenarios, but it would be, we would have to make projections. So I can't at the table right now give you an answer as to what that would be. There are a number of other decisions, of course, that need to be made that will affect the debt service of the convention center should we move forward.
Okay, thanks.
Mr. McCosker has a follow-up question.
First use of the two-finger follow-up here. We heard a lot, actually, about the public bank during public comment, and I'm not going there at the moment. I want to just go to the possibility of us borrowing against ourselves. We pretty successfully, in response to the fire, make a borrowing from the enterprise fund at building and safety. Perfectly acceptable. I think we did it during the pandemic as well. When finance gets up, I'll have a lot of questions about the investment funds, the investment fund portfolio. But is that a source for us more immediately to look at borrowing against ourselves to avoid the higher rates of Wall Street, bring down some of our costs, and sort of use our own money for our own purposes?
It is potentially, but limited. We have been working very closely with the Controller's Office to try to increase and maximize the amount that we can borrow internally. The budget assumes that we will borrow $325 million internally. We'd like to get that number up if possible. Mm-hmm. And why I say limited is that when we borrow against special funds, we also have to pay interest to those funds as well. So it isn't a free and clear. If we borrow against ourselves, it's free. If we go out to the market, it's not.
But we don't penalize ourselves for having a lower rating, so we can pay a market rate back to ourselves, and we can also set the terms of borrowing, so we don't, like on a TRAN, we pay a whole year's of interest whether we're using it, whether we need it for 3 days or not. We can basically set up internally our own line of credit.
That's it. Excuse me. That's exactly right. I think the benefit of internal borrowing is the flexibility. I totally agree with that. It's given the magnitude of what we think, even if we went up to 500 million of internal borrowing, it wouldn't be a significant move in terms of savings, unlikely, but we're working with the controller very closely. We would like to get that number up, and we're going to try to do that.
I have unrelated questions. Can I go to the next line of questioning? Thank you. Going back to your slideshow, which is really helpful, the Budget Stabilization Fund. I mean, I heard your admonition pretty loud and clear, but our policy would allow us to withdraw from the stabilization fund. It looks like we could borrow about $32 million. And the Budget Stabilization Fund is designed for times of crisis when we need to cover extraordinary costs. Why wouldn't this be the year where we stay within policy but make that borrow?
The reason that it remains our recommendation not to draw it down, although it would be within policy, is that we are not in a recession yet, and it is the uncertainty that we're facing moving forward. It would be within policy, and that is what it is there for. But also the context within which the BSF was established. It is a safety net for recession. So we were on the precipice of using it during COVID. We certainly could have used it during the Great Recession. We didn't have it then. We started to build it up after that. So it's there to mitigate severe revenue loss. And although there is revenue loss over projections, we're not in a recessionary territory quite yet. And given the risks, our recommendation would be that we maintain the level because we may end up using it next year.
Because it might get worse.
Yeah.
Okay. You talked about furloughs a little bit, but didn't mention some other creative things. I think I know your answer, but did we look at like voluntary separations from service, incentives for separation from service or anything similar?
We haven't looked at that. Now, I need to probably limit my conversation or my comment on that as we are in active bargaining with labor on all of these issues. I'll just say from a historical perspective, the early retirement or the separation incentive programs always have a cost to them. Certainly we need to provide an incentive. There's a cost to the incentive. And you only really save money if you either eliminate or hold vacant the positions that the retirement removes for an extended period of time. And so operationally, it's highly problematic because naturally, the folks who would take an incentive to retire are likely to be in a role that needs to be replaced. They are a supervisor of some kind. Yeah. In many cases, they're an AGM at a department. And of course, the general manager would say, well, of course I have to replace my AGM. Yes, they took the separation incentive, but I have to replace the AGM. We tried in the post-COVID separation incentive to have a replacement, give us, okay, fine, if you need to replace your AGM, then what other 4 positions are we going to eliminate? And we did not stick to that at all as soon as we got the federal money and our economy improved. So there's just I would move that to the yellow cautionary high risk zone or even the red zone.
Okay. I think that's fair. I want to ask you a question about whether something is one-time funding or structural. The sale of surplus property or sale of properties. And I can make an argument that it's structural. Properties that we have a lot of properties, some properties we have difficulty, many properties we have difficulty maintaining. And we put a lot of time, energy, money into non-productive properties that could otherwise be sold. We could bring down our costs of maintenance and the difficulties we have with maintaining property. We would also get a one-time infusion of cash. We could sell property, which I don't know if I saw that anywhere in the budget, or we could also come up with comprehensive plans to either jointly develop property or to put property out so it would be developed and we would just be a landlord. Did we look at all of our properties and whether we could turn our properties into money?
That was not that's not a component part of the budget solution. But I would say on that point, council member, if we are identifying through the sale of properties cost reductions, ongoing cost reductions, we would count that as structural savings.
Okay. I don't know. I think I'm going to wait for General Services to ask the question, maybe about a budget memo on this. Can I do 2 more? One is TCN. I don't know what's happening with the the Metro Transportation Communication Network or the TCN ordinance and the money. I didn't see it anywhere. Where is that, and is that something that could be money in our future?
So there's no revenue assumed from that agreement in the proposed budget. I do need to. They're in the approval process for the siding of the signs currently. The kind of caveat to that revenue is that our agreement with Metro dictates that the revenue would first go to Metro. They would determine the split that the city gets. It's supposed to be a 50-50. And that those dollars would be deposited into a special fund that could be used for limited purposes. Now that said, as we are looking at all of the potential alternatives, that revenue in the future could offset some of the reductions, or rather, the likelihood is that even if it were to move forward, the first year revenue would be very limited. We wouldn't start seeing the full impact of the revenue until likely the fiscal year after next. And that I would view as a tool that we could use to restore positions, particularly in Department of Transportation, and also to fund what will be needed around the Olympic venues, which will be extraordinary costs.
Maybe this would be time for a budget memo. Could we get for Exhibit H is what I'm thinking about, an instruction to capture future TCN revenue, making an assumption about revenue projections, whether we could front load it or whether it would be through the implementation of the program by front loading it, going to the provider and finding out how much it would be worth. Money and putting the money in the UB for TCN dollars while the council gets through its implementation ordinance. I think that would be fair enough. And then I have one from our colleague, Councilmember Rahman. Can I read this to the record? This goes to the Office of Procurement, the OOP, to be transferred to ConAd in the budget during an active layoff process. What is the impact on the OOP's core functions? Will those functions continue or need to be halted altogether? Thinking particularly of the layoff process. Two, we're going to ask, while you're thinking about that, we're going to ask for a budget memo that asks BCA and OOP to clearly delineate the functions each organization provides, then make a recommendation on whether it makes sense to move OOP to the Department of Public Works and to the Bureau of ConAd. Please provide a budget memo on the impact of the changes to OOP outlined in Exhibit H, which are eliminating 85% of the OOP positions, and how the following functions can be impacted as a result: the community level contracting and small inclusive procurements pilot, technical and strategic, council support for the citywide use of RAMP, the OOP's invoice management system pilot, I'll provide this language, impact on detrimental speed for processing vendor contracting and invoicing, and impact on the delivery of essential technical services and infrastructure projects that are currently being implemented via contracting. And four, please provide a budget memo on how the city can maintain a minimum of 10 MAs, 2 senior management analyst 2s positions, and a chief management analyst position for the Office of Procurement within the CAO, not transferring it to BCA. These are currently filled positions at OOP. I'll provide the language. But you could venture and answer the first question.
Sure. So the elimination would dramatically reduce the procurement team down to just 3 people. We anticipate that would eliminate the technical support for vendors regarding the usage of RAMP and the city's contracting processes. It would eliminate any training for city department staff on the usage of RAMP, and that could lead to inconsistent procedures and reduce compliance. It would also we would have an inability to provide reporting on citywide contracting. It would essentially reduce our ability to just managing ramp. And when I say our, I mean broadly. Whether it's transferred or not, it's a policy decision. We have made recommendations in our CAO department budget letter on alternative reductions, position swaps, consistent with what we've suggested here, to at least to restore some of the positions so that some of the functionality would be maintained, but also to avoid the disruptive layoff process. And I don't know if Leah or Patty, would you like to add anything to that? Is that good? Okay.
Thank you.
Sure.
We have a follow-up from Councilwoman Hutt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. CEO. What are the anticipated impacts to RAMP by moving citywide procurement oversight to the Bureau of Contract Administration? And I would like to include in Mr. McCosker's request for a report back to outline the offsets there.
Good afternoon, Leah Chu, Deputy City Procurement Officer. And so in terms of RAMP, we would have to assess what number of positions. We'd still have to assess what number of positions would be left with that office, as well as the people who are actually sitting in those positions, based on how bumping will happen if city staff who land on those positions are not the ones who are trained to provide that function. We would certainly have to reassess the capacity on how we would be able to continue to support RAMP, which means that functionalities like e-bidding that is now part of RAMP, things like city clerk attestation that we partially support, and so functionalities like that makes it easier to do procurement with the city and also to capture a more holistic information in terms of citywide procurement. We'd have to assess how that would be impacted. So
are you also looking at time? Because I don't know about my other colleagues, but I'm doing workshops all over my district so that my small businesses will be on RAMP so that they could do business or be seen as a viable business during all the company we're having, all the games that we're having. So is that going to be a slowdown to get people on RAMP and to get them these business opportunities that will make a lifetime of difference in how they run their business?
certainly we believe that registration on RAMP is pretty easy. We've made it easy. However, to be able to support them, to continue that process of being able to respond to the city's procurement, to be able to be made aware of the small business opportunities that may come out from the LA 28 procurement opportunities, that may be hampered when there are uninformed staff.
Thank you. Please add that offset part to Mr. McCoster's request for a report back. Thank you.
All right, do we have any more revenue-related questions? Okay, go ahead, Councilwoman Hernandez.
Thank you so much, Chairwoman. For the past 2 fiscal years, our general fund revenues have come under budget pretty significantly. This proposed budget again projects general fund revenue growing. Can you please tell us what will happen in the future if general fund revenues start to come under budget again? And what would that do to the city's operations if revenues are not keeping up with the expenditures for a 3rd year in a row?
Well, very simply, it would open up a gap, and it would cause us, I mean, there is a reason why we have the financial status reports for a year. We do anticipate that there will be fluctuations. There will be, the revenue plan and the expenditure plan are never exactly adhered to. We typically are very conservative with our revenue projections, but what we've seen in these last few years, and again, I still refer to it as kind of the echo from COVID and the impact that it had on the economy that led to the inflation, that led to the high interest rates, that ultimately led to reduced spending and slowdown in the housing market. What we've seen is a very slow rebound that had a real impact on spending, And the consensus even a year ago was that the interest rate reductions that we did see would have not immediate, but a growth impact within the year. And we did not see that materialize. And that was the national consensus, that the interest rate reductions would have that impact. And we haven't seen that. We've seen very, very slow growth. So our revenue projections in the proposed budget are appropriately conservative. But again, the key is we're assuming current trends. And if we continue to slide, or we take a downturn from where we are now and we actually hit a recession with negative growth, those revenue projections will not hold, and we'll have a deficit to close during the mid-year, which is why, as difficult as this budget is, it is absolutely critical that if we don't adopt exactly the same position reductions recommended by the mayor, that they are replaced with alternative structural solutions, and that we do whatever we can to maintain our reserves as high as they can be, because there is just so much uncertainty and very high risk to that revenue.
Thank you. And my last question is, I know you incorporated tariffs as like things we have to look out for, but was that factored into the cost of materials for departments that handle any sort of construction projects or equipment procurement? The reason I ask is because I've been to like some of the warehouses where GSD works with fire and works with BSL, and like a lot of those supplies they come from out of the country. I think about concrete and metals and things like that. So just, yeah.
Ben Seha with the CAO. No, we did not factor in tariffs. I think a lot of the decisions that were made kind of as far as the budget is concerned before there was, and not that there is certainty on tariffs, but before announcements were made in that regard. Where we'll see the likely impact will be on actual construction projects, and the submission of budgets or proposals for projects were done again before any knowledge was known of what type of tariffs were going to be imposed. So the short answer is no.
Great, thank you. For the tariffs and for the recession, what is it going to look like for a city to have to implement both of those things? Like in the activities of our city?
So I think, departments or the departments or bureaus that manage projects, as they start going to the market for materials and start seeing the impacts of tariffs, they'll likely come back to the CAO and to various offices indicating that there's a project gap, or there's a gap in they're not going to be able to do as much work as they earlier anticipated because of the higher cost of materials. So that is a likely scenario that will unfold, unfortunately.
Got it. So that scenario could likely unfold, but also in the same time, the scenario that we don't have enough staff to execute some of this work. So it's just like a snowball effect of slowing down city services and reducing that as we go, is what you're saying, as we move forward throughout the year, with these potential implementation of tariffs and the recession.
Yeah,
Is that correct?
Yes. Yes, that's again why we spent significant time talking about things that we would, changes that we need to make to ensure to the greatest extent possible that we don't find ourselves here in the future, but we are where we are, and the current budget, under current projections, requires significant reductions. We hit a recession, and we will be in a position where we'll have to make even further reductions, which is not where we want to be.
Thank you. And just the last thing I'll say is that I think my colleagues in different ways have talked about the consolidation and have asked questions about the consolidations. I think we do need structural change, and I believe that some of that could be made and started during this process. So I just want to uplift that because I'll talk about that more later on. But thank you, Chairwoman. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, colleagues, any other questions on this budget overview? Okay, if you'd like to go over your own budget briefly,
Sure.
thank you.
So I will switch to that, and folks can just, as we continue to move through the CAO managed issues, if staff can just come up and be available to answer questions. I will very briefly review these items and then open it for questions. So although I just need to point out, although our budget does show a 17.7% increase, that is due to moving the funding for the UMCR, the Unarmed Model of Crisis Response, to our office budget, as our office manages that contract. So we did face a reduction of 20 positions. 11 of them are filled. As was discussed during our procurement conversation, it was 10 positions eliminated from procurement, and with the recommendation to move the remaining staff to Bureau of Contract Administration. I'll just leave it at that. We did recommend alternative. We identified vacancies that could restore some of those positions, not all. And because they are eliminations, we would recommend that those positions be eliminated instead, and the filled positions be restored as proposed in our budget memo.
All right, I have a couple questions, and I'll turn over to colleagues. How much time is spent within the CAO's office on former Mayor Villaraigosa's Executive Directive 3 and ED4 reports? And what's the average turnaround time for these reports?
Go ahead.
It is very hard to I couldn't tell you how much time is spent because it can vary based on the complexity of the agreement that is under review, as well as the timeliness of response from departments to any questions that we might have.
Can you ballpark how many people you think are working on this if you accumulated all of it full-time?
Budget staff? Yeah, I mean, we have roughly 40 budget analysts, and then they're going to spend some portion, we'll say roughly 20%. So on an FTE, I guess I'm not doing the math on the FTE basis, but our budget analysts do everything on a department. So they do the review of the budget requests, they do reviews of all of the administrative things like contract reviews, substitute position authority reviews, interim requests for budget appropriations.
Understood. And maybe you said this already, but what's the average turnaround time for these reports? I understand it would probably vary greatly, but can you give a ballpark sense? Range?
If we get a really straightforward thing and the department answers questions, it could probably be a couple of weeks. But depending on workload, it could extend into months. It's very difficult during budget season to prioritize those. So then they might take longer, regardless of how straightforward they might be.
Are there any commonplace contracts or programs or services from the city that don't need ED3 reviews?
I couldn't answer that off the top of my head, sorry.
Okay. The reductions in the proposed CAO budget eliminate the climate impact lead and zeros contract funding for the climate action and adaptation plan. Is this work able to be done elsewhere?
So the climate adaptation plan is, we're working to get that contract approved now. And we can do it within the funding that was provided to us in the current year at the reduced level because we did take a reduction off of that during the mid-year. next year, the work would continue. We expect to have those funds encumbered to cover us through the finalization of the work, which will flow into next year. And then we have only eliminated one of the 3 positions that were provided for that. So we would continue to work in that arena with the reduced staff.
Okay, thank you. The proposed budget continues funding to the tune of $9.4 million and 3 positions to manage the unarmed model of crisis response pilot. Funding is also provided in the contractual services account to continue operating UMCR contractors. Can you explain the reason for the placement of the Office of Unarmed Crisis Response in the CAO's office, and what other departments, if any, were considered for this?
The placement of that was effectively a decision of the mayor and city council to provide us with the responsibility to pilot this program. As part of that, we have also been tasked with reporting back and have done some interim reports on trying to determine on what is the best place for that function to reside in the city on a long-term ongoing basis. Assuming that the pilot was successful, which I think everyone would say the pilot has been successful to date. And so we are continuing to look at where that might reside on the long term.
Okay. Yeah, I have one more follow-up, and then we'll turn it over to Councilwoman Hernandez. Would you have a number 2 or number 1, Councilwoman?
2.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. In this proposed budget, there is $9.4 million allocated to the program. Will services be maintained in the next fiscal year with this amount? Will there be any impact to the service?
That should cover the services through the end of the fiscal year. Because we are using some carryover funds in the current year to cover the beginning of next fiscal year. When we come to 26-27, we would need a slight increase to maintain current service levels into 26-27 for a full 12 months.
Great, thank you. Can you please provide a memo discussing the cost and feasibility of expanding UMCR citywide, including the estimated cost and timeline for an expansion of UMCR coverage in the coming fiscal year? The expansion area selection for the first phase of the expansion may be based on the availability of current program vendors and operations.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. I just have one more question. So the proposed budget minimally impacts the Labor Relations Division, which would continue to have 14 staff positions. Can you help us understand what this division does and why these staff aren't a part of the Personnel Department rather than CAO?
The Labor Relations or Employee Relations Division manages all aspects of our bargaining with all of our labor partners and each of the over 40 MOUs that the city has. So they staff the ERC, Executive Employee Relations Committee, which is designed to give instructions to the CAO. The CAO is the chief negotiator of the city that acts on behalf of the mayor and the city council in engagement with labor on negotiating wages and benefits and all other matters that is in the scope of bargaining. That's why it's in the CAO and not personnel.
Okay, colleagues, questions? Councilwoman Hutt.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. CEO, you know, in light of all the offsets outlined in your budget letter, can I just have a budget memo on what those offsets are? Thank you. That's it, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Colleagues, any more questions? Okay. Can we move along to general city purposes, please? And just colleagues, I'm going to ask when we get to questions that we hold questions related to Inside Safe and LASA appropriation until Thursday when we review the mayor's homelessness budget.
No,
No homeless questions today?
Yeah, let's not ask questions today about Inside Safe and LASA appropriation and save that for our homeless day on Thursday. Go ahead.
Okay, so for GCP, Madam Chair, there's a number of appropriations. So I think it would be appropriate to open it for questions. The proposed budget has $310 million of recommended expenditures, down slightly 10% from the adopted 24-25 budget. Unless you'd like us to run through what those are, we can open it for questions.
I'm fine with that. Does anybody want us to run through all of it? Okay, couple questions. The proposed budget includes 2 new line items, $3.9 million for the Alliance Settlement Agreement Program, and then a further $26.2 million for non-Alliance citywide homeless interventions. What are these new items? Are they set aside for specific projects or units that are already in the pipeline?
So the non-Alliance line item is essentially it's the general fund component of what is required to keep everything that we have open. So units that either predate the Alliance settlement or roadmap beds that will not be counted, that we, at least at this point, are not counting towards the Alliance settlement. That is our obligation to keep open to the extent that is the instruction from the council and the mayor to not close beds, even though that certain funding has run out. So that is what that covers. And then we've recommended creating an account specific to Alliance beds. Now, I'm going to stop there because I think it would risk getting into the Inside Safe conversation. So.
Are these related to Inside Safe?
They're not related to Inside Safe. However, we are counting the Inside Safe beds as compliant with our Alliance requirement. So this is, Inside Safe was proposed, the funding for Inside Safe was proposed separate and apart from the other homelessness funding. We recommend separating out the general fund component of what is our Alliance obligation and what is outside of our Alliance obligation for accounting purposes.
Okay, so I'll hold questions on this because it's related to Inside Safe. You have a follow-up?
Yeah, just to follow up, you're saying we're counting those for our Alliance agreement, the Inside Safe beds?
As of January of 2025, yes.
Can we, and so we'll get reimbursed from the county for some of that?
Correct, and the $39 million that is assumed as reimbursement is in large part due to our assumed reimbursement.
Right. Is this all the beds or just a portion of them?
All of the Inside Safe beds are counted towards.
How can we do that now? Like last year we paid like $60 billion, right?
So when the program was initially launched, there was the manner in which the hotels and motels were obtained, were secured, was largely based on the operations. There's going to be an operation here. We need to secure hotels around this area. There were no long-term agreements. They were generally booking agreements. That was difficult, if not impossible, to track day over day because they may have somebody in a bed now, but if that bed wasn't being used, we wouldn't pay for the bed. It was a booking agreement. The mayor's office has moved to occupancy agreements where we now have more certainty on both the term and the number of beds that will be employed and that are being paid for. So consistent with that move, since we have relative certainty about the occupancy agreements, that the occupancy agreements will run through the fiscal year if they are funded by the council, we would continue to count those beds towards our agreement. Now, if those beds come offline, that's fine. We would have to replace them. We would replace them with other beds compliant with our 12,915 bed obligation. But while those beds are open, those are new beds that are serving people experiencing homelessness. They were established after 2022, and so we are counting them for the purposes of securing the reimbursement. If they are not online as of June of 2027, consistent with the settlement, they would need to be replaced with other beds.
Okay, I don't want to venture too far into homelessness, but this question came up, so and I'm still a little bit confused about it. And if we could count them now, why could we retroactively count them in the past and get some back pay from the county?
We actually, there is a provision in our MOU that prohibits retroactive counting, so that's why we started counting them in January moving forward. And so we actually identify specifically the Mayfair and Highland Gardens as, actually, I think we actually only identified Highland Gardens as the one site that would be retroactive. Thank you.
All right, well, I won't go down the rabbit hole right now. I'll wait till homeless day or time. But.
Councilmember McCosker.
I'm sorry, just 2 words. Highland Gardens?
Highland Gardens is a hotel in Hollywood, in Council District 4, that was used during COVID as a room key site that was extended to be used for interim housing, and it is, we counted it as, it actually closed, so we were able to use it for Alliance.
Okay, thank you.
Councilwoman Hernandez.
Thank you, Chairwoman. I'd like a report back on an analysis on whether the $500,000 appropriation in the GCP is enough to stand up the City Charter Reform Commission based on the CLA's report in Council File 22-1196-S1. Number 2, I will say that during this budget process, I'm learning how difficult it actually is to dissolve departments. And it looks like it takes a financial catastrophe to be able to do that, because we haven't been able to do that in the past. And also, we're in a certain political moment and political configuration, right? Things can change with new administrations, but there are things that should outlive this political moment. And one of those things, I think, is community safety. With the number of programs funded with the goal of improving safety in our communities, particularly the most vulnerable folks, including GRID, Circle, Unarmed Crisis Response, harm reduction work that's being done in Department of Disabilities, USC street medicine teams, and the civil human rights restorative justice programs. I'd like to request that the CLA draft a memo with recommendations for the creation of a new Department of Community Safety to implement on these vital initiatives. The memo should include options for utilizing opioid settlement and tobacco settlement dollars to support programs that have had their funding reduced in the mayor's proposed budget, including GRID and Department of Disability AIDS Coordinator's Office funding. Thank you.
Would you put Summer Night Lights in there?
And Summer Night Lights, please. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to just go back to the first, if it's okay with you, Councilwoman Hernandez. Does anyone have any follow-ups on that, other than Mr. McCosker? Okay, can I just go back to the first question, and then we can open it back up? So back to the 2 line items, the $3.9 million for the Alliance Settlement Agreement Program, and then the $26.2 for non-Alliance citywide homeless interventions. I'd like for the CLA to provide an exact list of projects and programs that are covered within these 2 line items, please. And then a question about the roadmap sites. What's the city's annual commitment to paying for the operations at these roadmap sites moving forward?
It's approximately $144 million annually.
Okay. I would like to request a budget memo that outlines the city's annual commitment for operations at all roadmap sites, please. Okay, Councilwoman Hutt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. CAO, this is not, and Madam Chair, this is not a question about Inside Safe, but it is a question about the elimination of the additional homeless service line items, discretionary funds that each office has. In our council office, we fill the gaps with that. My office has 5 contractors that we use with that $1 million to help lead to double-digit increase in CD10. So I'd like to request a budget memo from the CIAO to identify options and recommendations for the restoration of additional homeless services line item. Thank you.
All right. So the proposed budget includes $0.6 million to the mayor's office for international engagement to support the citywide planning and coordination of international events, including preparation for the World Cup and 2028 games. There's also $2 million for the mayor's office of major events to support staffing, supplies, equipment, and contracts for the planning of upcoming major events. Can you please provide more detail on the anticipated use of these funds? And if not right now, in a memo back.
We'll do a budget memo, yeah.
Thank you. And another question is, will there be any overlap in the uses of funds, particularly as it relates to the planning for the World Cup or the 2028 games? That's something else. And then where do these line items account for funding reimbursed by LA 28 per the existing agreement, as we see in the CAO's internal budget?
Oh, I see that. What was the question?
We'll answer those questions, thank you.
Okay, great. Councilmember McCosker has a follow-up.
Just so I understand what you're asking, I mean, because I saw the $2 million for world events, but to clarify, maybe you had already asked this, it seems to be associated with the infrastructure planning at 500 and the international engagement funding at 620. So we're talking a little over $3 million in this milieu of major events. I'd just like to know more about it, like how many staff are in there and what's it going to? Is that, did I capture that?
Yeah, I asked for more detail on the anticipated use of these funds. So if it's for staff or if it's for analysis or whatever.
Thank you.
Planning. Okay. And I have one more question or series of questions around the $3.7 million for the domestic abuse response teams, which are included in the proposed budget. The non-departmental footnotes indicate that the funds are to be expended by the city clerk as authorized and directed by the mayor and council. How many teams will be funded in 25-26? And will there be a reduction in services? And if these teams are positioned with within LAPD, is there a reason this is not part of the police budget?
Hi, Vanessa Vidra with the Office of the City Administrative Officer. So for the domestic abuse response teams, right now, all 22 divisions have a response team. There's about 7 additional divisions that in 24-25, they added a second advocate and expanded hours from 4 days, expanded operations from 4 days to 7 days.
Okay, and will there be a reduction in services? Will be an increase in services?
Services will be held at current service levels.
And are these within PD? Are these with PD?
The service providers are community-based organizations,
Okay.
and they're dispatched with LAPD.
Okay, so it wouldn't make sense to put that in the LAPD budget?
No.
Okay. The CIFD also provides services to DV survivors. Could purview of the domestic abuse response teams be transferred to CIFD? And just a question as to why the city clerk is designated as the administrator of these funds.
So the administrator is actually mayor and chief legislative analyst on page 927 on the top, administrated by mayor and CLA.
Okay.
And then as for the question for CFID, I think that would be a budget memo question on capacity.
Okay. All right, colleagues, any more questions? Councilmember McCosker.
There's trade and commerce relations line item. What is this and who pays for it? Is this port money?
So this is the mayor's office program. It is, I believe, supposed to be reimbursed by Port of LA and LAWA.
So LAWA and the port pay this money, and what does it do? What is it?
So exactly.
Trade and Commerce Relations, $610,000. What do it do?
I believe it's for staff salaries, but that would be a budget memo.
Yeah, budget memo, just find out, yeah, I get staff salaries, but what does it do?
That would be a
besides
mayor's
pay for
office.
staff?
That would be a mayor's office question, so
Okay.
budget memo. and
Budget
we'll ask
memo,
the mayor's
please, yeah.
office.
Yeah, thanks. And then I have just a small request on, we have a line item. There's a number of associations that we pay for. One of them is the South Bay Cities Association, and it's the annual dues. I'd like to put it in the UB. I need to talk to the South Bay Association and find out what we as a city of Los Angeles get out of this. That's it.
Colleagues? Anything else on? Okay. Can we move along to the reserve fund? Okay. FY 25-26 begins with a reserve fund balance of $484.7 million, or 6.01% of general fund revenues. The city's total general fund reserves will begin 25-26 at 8.97%, which is below the 10% target set in the city's financial policies. Can you please explain the rationale of having a reserve fund of 6.01% of general fund revenues, including why the reserve fund was not lowered to avoid the elimination of filled positions?
So the couple of answers to that question. Number one, immediate experience and given the volatility that we're facing with the economy and our current year and the fluctuation in our estimates of what our current year revenues will come in as. Last year, the adopted budget assumed a reserve fund of 5.07%, but in reality, when all of the revenue was realized by the city at the end of the fiscal year, we actually started the year with a 4% reserve. So given the volatility, it was important to have a little bit of a buffer there. Furthermore, there are other areas of the budget where there is risk, the largest of which, or the I think most obvious of which, outside of the general issue of a recession, is the funding for our liability claims. We anticipate that our liability claims will come in this year when all is said and done at about $280 million, which is a little bit better than what we thought earlier in this year, but that is mostly a timing issue. The budget proposes liability accounts that total $200 million. So if we face the same amount of liability payouts as we next year as we did this year, we would have a $80 million gap. And the difference between a 5% and a 6% reserve is about $80 million. So if we're going to fund the liability account at that level, then we need to have some additional room in the reserve fund that could absorb the additional liability claims if they come in at or certainly above what we're facing this year.
So why don't we just move that extra 1% to cover what we are pretty sure liabilities are going to be?
I think for flexibility's purposes, I think there's an effort to reduce our liability payouts. I think it's a fair question. We need to have enough funding to cover our liabilities. We certainly have to cover those whatever they are. We don't have direct control over what those are going to be. So if we're going to spend another $100 million on our liability account, and we think that may not be enough, then we need to put it in the reserve. But it could go either place. There's just more flexibility if it's in the reserve. for other contingencies. If it's in a liability account, it has one purpose.
Okay. Colleagues, any questions on the reserve fund? Okay. Unappropriated balance. Can you walk us through the intent and the timeline on each of the following items and the steps necessary to implement these proposals? I have A through F to get through. Department payroll reconciliation of 12 million. What's the funding amount based on?
So the Department Payroll Reconciliation, that's an account that we've had for the last few years that can provide the funding as needed for adjustments, realizing adjustments or additional compensation that isn't accounted for in the payroll accounts. The dollars that are in Department Payroll Reconciliation this year are what's estimated for what would be required for the excess sick time payout.
Okay. Can you talk a little bit about the Ground Emergency Medication Transport QAF program, QAF program? It's $30 million. Question as to why it increased by 2.6 from last fiscal year.
The amount provided in the UB for the GEMT program is based off estimated invoices. So there's 4 quarterly invoices. Last year, the fire department reported that they anticipated payments to be slightly lower. This year, they are looking at the estimate of $30 million for next year's invoices. As the invoices actually come in, there are sometimes fluctuations from that number, which is why we have included it here in the unappropriated balance. So if there is any decrease in the invoice, we would not transfer that to the fire department at that time when the invoices come in. But the difference is just in the estimate of what invoices would be received for next year.
Okay. Clean LA, 2.6 million. Why is the UB set aside for this item not continued?
The Clean LA funding for 25-26 is in the Board of Public Works department budget.
Okay, so that's where it went. Okay. Just a few more colleagues. The reserve for allocation of FEMA reimbursement of approximately 90.5 million. Why is this item not continued, and is the city expecting to receive FEMA reimbursement in 25-26?
The set aside for 24-25 was set aside for a few purposes, but for the obligations that we had already identified for that FEMA reimbursement, those reimbursements are going to be received this year, and the obligations to pay back our special funds, proprietary funds, and to pay back reserve fund loans will be done in the 24-25 budget. And so although there are some FEMA receipts anticipated in the 25-26 budget, it's not against obligations that we will be taking care of this year, so we didn't have a need for a unappropriated balance offset to it.
Thank you. The reserve for extraordinary liability of 20 million, is it expected that the proposed 20 million here will be sufficient to cover liability expenses during 25-26? And how much was expended in 24-25?
We initially included, or the mayor and the council initially included the reserve for extraordinary liability several years ago when our base amount for liability was 80 million, and we were exceeding that over several years to the tune of about $100 million. So that account has remained at 20 million for several years, including when we saw the increase. So instead of increasing the extraordinary liability account, which by the way, $20 million will not be enough to cover, the mayor certainly chose to increase the base liability account to 180 million.
Okay. Just one more. The reserve for mid-year adjustments at 30 million. In 24-25, 30 million was initially allocated in the adopted budget. Was additional funding added to the mid-year adjustments through financial status reports, and how much additional funding was allocated to this line item during 24-25?
Yeah, in 24-25, the adopted budget was a higher amount. It was closer to $60 million. That additional amount above the traditional 30 was actually used for liability accounts for in the current year. And this is another account that we use as part of the FSRs. So we use it as a transactional account as we pull savings from departments. As you see in the FSRs, we'll pull them into the UB reserve for mid-year adjustments and then pull it from there to address over expenditures in other departments or in other areas of the budget.
Okay. All right. I have a couple more questions, colleagues, on this. Does anyone have any questions? Go ahead, Councilmember McCosker.
Thanks very much. I just have a couple of questions. Just for clarity, one of the eliminations is wildland fuel management paid crew at 1.1 million. But I think that elimination is because we didn't spend it all last year, and now we have it in the operational budget for fire?
That's correct. That's right.
Did we hire those positions up and it took us time to hire them up, or are we still hiring? Or is that a question for fire, I guess?
Yeah, I don't know. They have started hiring. I don't know if it's complete yet.
Okay. And then the domestic violence and human trafficking shelter operations, $2 million. I don't know if you asked about this, council member. What's going on there? Is that money somewhere else? Or are we really cutting $2 million out of domestic violence and human trafficking shelter operations?
That was considered as part of the CIFD's department budget for survivor services is the name of the program
So
that
we'll
it would
have
be
a
under in 25-26.
So we will, what does that mean? Explain what you just said.
So in 24-25, there was a line item in the UB for $2 million, and we have an analyst from CIFD here that can speak to what was included in 25-26 in the CIFD budget.
Yeah, and so my very specific question is, are we cutting domestic violence and human trafficking shelter operations? Will we see a diminution in beds and payments to our partners who do this work?
In the CIFD budget, there is a total of $7.9 million included, and this will maintain service levels, base level services. The expansion is what's not included, but the total cost for the current survivor services system was considered, and it's the expansion that's not included. So the total cost is about, if I remember off the top of my head, it's about $12.4 million, and of that $12.4 million, $7.9 million is going to be continued in the next fiscal year. There are some reduction to services as the expansion that was previously approved, or that was recently approved by City Council is not included.
So the expansion recently indicated by the City Council is not included in the
CIFD budget, correct.
I think I'd like to see a budget memo including the City Council's expansion continuation. Thank you.
Yep.
Just follow up on that, just to be clear. So when you talk about the expansion versus the regular, last year when VOCA was cut at the federal level, we backfilled a certain amount, and that's what you're referring to as the expansion? Is that correct?
Yes, that amount is covered in the CIFD budget. The restoration of VOCA services that were reduced due to those VOCA funding cuts.
So then, but that's what you're saying, we're not fully, is that what, when you talk about the expansion, that's what you're referring to?
No, that is not part of the expansion.
So what are you referring to when you talk about the expansion?
The expansion includes a new shelter for transition age youth. There's also one new non-confidential shelter. There's also a slight increase for increase to shelter beds, and there's also a line item for a centralized line that was included as part of the expansion this fiscal year, but it's not continued next year.
So everything, the backfill is 100% continued?
Yes, correct.
Okay, and these expansions, it's because some of them haven't been completed yet?
The contracts were supposed to be begin January 1st through the end of this fiscal year. The expansion is not continued just due to the city's current financial constraints.
Okay, well, I'll see the memo when it comes. Thank you.
Yeah, I plan to bring this up during our CIFD
got it. Okay, thank
budget
you.
because DV services are being cut. Okay. Anybody else on UB? Yes.
Yeah, that was my follow-up, now my actual. I also want to understand again, I know we touched on the animal sterilization fund deletion, but I want to make sure I understand that, because I know the budget indicates it's increasing from 5.5 to 6.1, but there's a deletion of 1.5 million in the sterilization fund. If you could explain that, how that's coming together.
The appropriation to the Animal Services Sterilization Fund?
In the UB, we have
Okay.
the sterilization fund, there's a line item of a deletion of $1.5 million.
Yes. In 24-25, we placed 1.5 million for the Animal Sterilization Fund in the UB to be used related to spay and neuter voucher fee increases, and based on the approvals that were approved this year, that is not necessary in 24-25. The 25-26 appropriation to the Animal Services Sterilization Trust Fund is included in the 25-26 proposed budget as a general fund appropriation into that special fund. So it's not placed in the UB pending that policy decision. The policy decision was made in regards to those voucher fee increases, and the general fund appropriation is included in the 25-26 for the Animal Sterilization Trust Fund. It's just not in the UB.
It's just not what?
It's just not in the UB. It's actually the general fund appropriation to the Animal Services the Animal Sterilization Trust Fund is included in the 25-26 budget.
It's included, although, so when you see the deletion in the UB, it's because it's elsewhere.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Sure. Yeah, I have a follow-up too. Go ahead.
So I heard you say it's a policy decision around the vouchers. I think we have put motions forward and they've gone through committee around raising the amounts that we pay for the vouchers so that they're able to be used and in more places. It was my understanding that we were waiting for a report back from the CAO's office on finding the money to make this happen. Is this transfer in the budget a response to that report, or is this just a move that's being made?
Go ahead. Introduce yourself.
Hello, my name is Jacqueline Reyes with the Office of the CAO. Currently, the CAO report has been submitted. It went through committee. It was approved, however, it was referred to BFI as well before the CAO can provide an additional report on the changes from the committee, Arts Committee. It would have to go through council for those approvals. So it's still pending in committee, therefore the mayor's office made a decision to include current approved or current year amounts in the general funded appropriations instead of the UB.
Great, thank you. I'd ask for some guidance, colleagues, on what we could do at this time. If it requires it to go through budget and finance, we are budget and finance, and we're going through the budget process now. What move can we make to make sure that we can attribute the appropriate dollars that for these vouchers, right? Because what we're funding is past amounts, which have been pretty futile in being used because veterinarians are like, this is too low for my services. We need to update that. We have the reports, so I just look for some guidance on what that would look like. Is that a budget memo?
This is for sterilization funds?
Yes.
Okay, I have one. Let me do it and see if it addresses
Thank
it.
you.
So we discussed during the mayor's presentation the fact that the UB includes $5 million for animal service operations. Based on their testimony and the conversation, I think we can go ahead and direct CLA to restore this $5 million to the Animal Services departmental budget and advise through a memo how this balance would restore positions and their spending accounts and what, if any, proposed reductions would remain. I think this can include the animal sterilization funds that Councilmember Blumenfield mentioned, so we can ensure that the Animal Services Department is funded to their need, including ensuring that there are funds to allow for a fee study to adjust their fees for cost recovery. Does that get us what we want? Okay.
Thank you.
Great. Any more questions on this, or can we move on to Mikla?
Just one comment. The reserve for the mid-year adjustments was cut from 59 million to 30 million, which obviously raises some concerns because we know we're going to have a lot of mid-year adjustments. What's the thinking behind that?
So in the current fiscal year, the reserve for mid-year adjustment was increased, and largely that increase went towards liabilities, liability claims. So this year, as we have reported, and it's as shown in the budget, proposed budget, the liability account has been increased. So you could argue that whatever was in the mid-year adjustments actually went over to the account where it was used in the current year. But as you know, I think the CO position is it's one of the accounts we use during the fiscal year to make adjustments. We would never say no to increasing that line.
Sure. No, I mean, I get it. Okay. I mean, the more that's in there, the more flexibility we'll have.
Okay, thank you. I think we're going to move on to Mikla. Okay. GSD vehicle replacement at 37 million. Can you welcome? Can you talk a little bit about how many vehicles will be replaced and what % of the total fleet will be replaced with the proposed funding?
Okay, hello, Darian Chen with the CAO. So in terms of the proposed MICLA authorizations, the proposed authorizations to fund city facilities will be $286.7 million in total, including equipment. To bifurcate that, so capital equipment acquisitions represent 58% or $165.3 million of total authorizations, while capital projects represent 42% or $121.4 million of total authorizations.
So how many vehicles are being replaced with this 37 million for the replacement fund? I'm sorry, I couldn't quite hear.
Okay, in terms of vehicles, in terms of dollar amounts, we have about $60 million of fire vehicles that are being replaced, $37 million of GST vehicles that are being replaced.
But how many, and that's total amounts. Do we have a sense of what that gets us?
Total vehicles replaced will be 210 for the GST vehicle replacement program.
And what percentage of the total fleet will be replaced with this proposed funding?
The fleet of on-road vehicles is about 6,000. So a small percentage of that.
Small percentage. Okay. Has the potential for tariffs on cars and car parts been factored into how much this gets us?
It is not currently factored in the estimates provided by GSD for the vehicles included in the replacement program.
Okay, and what would be the impact of delaying this expenditure to better understand the true cost amidst increased costs, varying costs, changes in tariff policy?
The issue is that there's quite a long lead time for delivery of vehicles. So any delays in ordering of the vehicles would push back delivery dates.
Okay. And the soonest we'd order these is July 1?
That is correct.
Okay. Any follow-ups on that? Councilmember McCosker.
Any consideration of the impacts of our bond rating and what we're going to pay on this money?
Yeah.
Hi, Hatos, Office of CAO. You're asking for the impact of the downgrade for debt service?
Yes.
In the future. Right now, the market is very volatile, so it's hard to say because there's so many factors, as Matt mentioned before. So I think one of the bigger impacts would be the upcoming convention center proposed project that would have a bigger impact because of the size of the project. But for this routine MICLA approvals for equipment and routine capital projects usually we would issue every 18 months for these type of projects for long-term bonds. And that's anywhere between $200 to $250 million that we would sell in bonds. And right now, I can't really indicate what the interest rate would be. It'll be based on the market conditions, but when there is a downgrade, you will receive higher rates as compared to our previous rates. And as other rating agencies are evaluating us, and if we get further downgrades from other agencies, that's going to have another impact because ratings across the 4 agencies would lower, and it's not just S&P, it could be Moody's, it could be Fitch, and Kroll. So there will be a cascading effect.
When you say it will also depend upon what we do at the convention center, that suggests that the size of the bond also the size of the financing also affects the rate, not just the factor of the rating.
That's correct. In the market, depending on the size, you could have what we call a size penalty. So just to help you put it in perspective, currently our MICLA outstanding bonds is $1.2 billion in total of all our current outstanding bonds. The convention center proposed project right now currently estimated at $2.2 billion. Mm-hmm. So that's nearly almost tripling your MICLA debt.
I see. Thank you.
Councilwoman Hutt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you. I have a couple of questions. In the proposed MICLA budget, we have budgeted for LAFD and LAPD helicopter replacement, while also budgeting for over $13 million just for the interest payment for these acquisitions. What's the overall need for replacement helicopters for both departments?
I think that would be an appropriate question for LAPD and LAFD. But if you'd like a specific report back on justifying the need, we can do that as well.
Oh, okay, because then I have another question about a bond measure. So my second question is, would a 2026 bond measure for LAFD, or how could a bond measure offset the roughly $100 million in equipment and vehicle purchases for LA Fire and MICLA?
It would depend on the measure and how it's designed and what's eligible, which we don't have that yet. A report will be submitted to the council shortly on options.
Thank you.
I have a couple more questions. So back to the fire department vehicle replacement, that $46.1 million. How many and what type of vehicles are being replaced, and what percentage of the total fire fleet will be replaced with this $46.1 million?
That'll be for the LAFD analysts.
Sorry.
That'll be for the LAFD.
We'll need to provide a memo on that.
Okay, and the same thing for police vehicle replacement at $27.2 million. If we can get a memo on that and what percentage of the police fleet we're talking about replacement.
Yes.
Placing, and then back to the helicopters, $18.06 million for air support. I understand we're purchasing 2 helicopters as we didn't purchase any last year, and the department suffered a loss of 1 this year. Can we get a memo from the CLA on detailing possible impacts of deferring 1 helicopter purchase until next year? Specifically reporting back as well on associated costs to the general fund to staff, operate, and maintain these vehicles. So what's the general fund tail of operating helicopters?
Yes.
Councilwoman Hernandez.
Thank you. I have a follow-up, if that's okay.
Yes.
So this year's MICLA includes funding for 2 replacement helicopters, which I believe puts us at 19, right? For the city? Someone want to correct me if I'm wrong? That's overall. I think we have 17. This would put us at 19. What is the useful life of a helicopter used by the department? When was the last time a study was conducted to assess the effectiveness of aerial policing and its potential impact on communities? Before funding is approved, I would like to request a special study conducted by the CLA, CAO, Controller's Office, LAPD, and in partnership with the UCLA Policy Lab of Carceral Ecologies on the cost and effectiveness of aerial policing versus the potential impacts both to public health and the environment. And then I have a question about the cars.
Okay.
Part of the LAPD fleet is being funded by the general fund instead of MICLA, like the bulk of the fleet needs for the city of LA. This includes $27 million for police vehicle replacement. Is there a reason this $21 million in expenses is needed to come from our most flexible funding? Could we not just put those vehicles on our credit card as well, like we put our other fleets?
Yeah. So black and whites, we typically pay for with general fund. We pay with cash because the usable life of the vehicles, they don't last long enough to debt finance. So that's the reason for that. That's the reason there's a differentiation between the black and whites, the patrol vehicles, and other vehicles which we can finance. And then to your first question, I think we can roll in your question to the budget memo requested by the chair. And then the other item I think would be, it sounds like a special study that you'd like, a longer term study on with the CLA and the departments on the helicopters.
Yes, so I would like a special study on the aerial policing piece with UCLA and the various departments. You answered my question around why we use our most flexible funding. Is there any other thing that we debt finance that's around the same timeline, like 6 years? Or do we usually debt finance things for much longer periods of time?
Go ahead.
Under our debt policy for MICLA lease revenue bonds, it has to have a minimal useful life of 6 years. And when we issue the bonds, the useful life of across all the equipment is weighted. So usually it comes out for a weighted average of 10 years. So then we'll issue 10-year bonds for the equipment. And for real property, it's anywhere between 20 years to 30 years, depending on the actual real property.
Great. And would it make a huge difference if we, because you said it's about 6 to 10 years, right, after it's weighted and everything? Would it make such a huge difference if just for a year or two we put the cars on our credit card, just to get over this financial? Because it sounds like it's an internal policy within the city, like it's not a state law or something that we cannot change, right?
It is a city policy. Are you referring to the black and white patrol vehicles?
I'm referring to whatever's the $21 million is paying for from our general fund. That's what I'm referring to.
For the black and white. So as Matt mentioned, black and whites are perceived to have a higher depreciation rate and isn't viewed as favorably in the market. There is a path to debt finance black and whites, but it would be outside of the MICLA program.
Got it. And then have we compared how much we sell, how much we auction other fleet vehicles versus how much the black and whites auction for?
I don't have the salvage information. That would be GSD.
Okay, because you said perceived, so I wonder, like, do we know how many vehicles outside the city already, like, what are their timelines, like, are they going beyond the 6 years? Because if they are, I just...
When I say perceive, I meant, like, investor perception of black and white vehicles.
Got it. But we don't know about the average age of the vehicles right now on our streets, right? Or do we?
For the black and whites?
Yes.
I don't have that information at hand.
No. We can report to that or provide those answers when we have the GSD or the LAPD hearing.
Great, thank you. And Matt, when you uplifted the chairwoman's motion around the helicopter piece, I didn't understand what you thought I uplifted in that.
No, I'm sorry. The first question that you asked, that seemed like a more immediate question that we could address in the chairperson's memo. So we could answer that question in one memo.
Got it, I see that. Okay,
Right.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, agreed. Thank you.
Right, thank you.
Thank you, Chairwoman.
All right, anybody else, or can we move on to CTIP? Okay. So the proposed budget includes $75.9 million in the CTIP program, or 0.94% in general fund revenues. We know the city's policy is to invest 1.5% of general fund revenues in the CTIP. It's the second year in a row that the proposed budget has fallen short of that goal. Can you please provide an overview of the projects included in the CTIP?
Yeah, go for it. So in the CTIP, there are three categories, really. There's municipal facilities, there's a physical plant, and then to a smaller degree, there's technology. And when we talk about technology, it's more like citywide technology projects, which is arguably the smallest portion of the CTIP budget. So we have staff here that could speak to each one of those sections. So we could go with the municipal facilities first, and then we could go into physical plant and then technology. So muni facilities. You want to go through the projects? Jen?
I don't think we need to do that right now. Have any new critical unfunded projects been identified since the publication of the proposed budget? Or do we think there's a known universe of what we're looking at funding?
I'm sorry, have any unfunded projects been identified since the publication of the budget?
Yeah. Or is this, it's really the maximum amount we'd be spending?
I don't believe so, but we can. I mean, there's projects that are recommended that we're recommending sweeping funding from for reserve fund purposes, for balancing purposes. But since the 21st, there have not been new projects that have been identified that haven't been funded.
Is the city going to be able to leverage any grant funds or federal infrastructure funds to help address funding gaps in the CTIP?
Go ahead, David.
Councilmember David Hirano with the CAO's office. We certainly can try to apply and secure the grant funds, but at this moment, we can't promise you anything at this point other than what we currently have.
Okay, due to the funding constraints outlined in the proposed budget, can you please provide a summary of the critical CTIP projects that will be deferred to future years, either right now or in a memo?
That would be appropriate for a memo. We can do that.
Okay, great. And then just one more question. The non-departmental footnotes section of the proposed budget includes a list of funded projects in the CTIEP program that are to be closed out or deferred. What will be the impact of this action? How were these projects identified as completed or suitable for deferral?
Daisy Bonilla, Office of the CAO. The projects listed on the footnote were reviewed using the United Project Management, it's called UPRS. It's a project management system that is managed and operated by the Bureau of Engineering, and they list all their project information, and it's updated by the project managers. Each project was reviewed for readiness, for the phase that they're in, any delays that are currently happening, what the delays are, if they are fully funded, if they're not fully funded. And based on that criteria, some of those projects are already completed or in post-construction. So we're repurposing some of that residual funding. For the projects that are listed in the deferred list, many of those were already deferred by the department itself due to delays to the project because they didn't have enough resources to move those projects along, due to other higher priority projects like grant-funded projects that have very stringent project deadlines. And with the resources we currently have in the city, some of these projects are just being delayed. And based on that, we repurposed some of that funding to have projects that are currently shovel-ready, that are in construction, that are critical safety projects. And some of that funding is being repurposed to do those projects in the fiscal year 25-26.
Okay. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I hear you, but the projects, I had a lot of projects that I felt were moving, but are being deleted. So I don't know if that doesn't feel like exactly the screen. I'm concerned about sweeping funding for projects that are underway. I can't speak about all the other districts, but several projects in my district moved along fairly far in the planning process. But also because so many state grants are focused on disadvantaged communities, the city's budget process often provides the only way to fund projects that are in non-disadvantaged communities. In Woodland Hills, my reimagined Ventura Boulevard project is moving slowly because of the ADA requirements to reconstruct driveways. I'm providing the bulk of the funds with discretionary dollars. Similarly, I have a project to make pedestrian bridge and tunnels throughout the 3rd District ADA compliant and more usable by pedestrians and bicyclists, primarily over the LA River or under the 101. None of these are near venues of the 2028 Olympic Games, but my constituents, I feel like they're also entitled to safe and accessible streets and sidewalks, and I'm very worried about the way that the sort of sweeping deletions that we had on these projects. So what I'd like to do is get a report back for each prior year CTIEP project proposed to be deleted, and specifically to have the status of the project, A, B, the source of funding, and 3, options for continuing the project should alternative sources of funding be identified. Because I think there will be some of those projects that we can identify other funds for. And again, it's devastating, some of the projects that are being lost. I wanted to also ask, how is the $6.4 million for lights on the 6th Street Bridge an Olympics project, and why does that cost so much money?
Council member, that was designated by the mayor's office as a 2028 project because much like the Hollywood Walk of Fame, they feel it's a piece of critical infrastructure that will attract visitors during the 2028 games.
Why is it $6.4 million for lights?
That's the amount of money that is believed to be needed to restructure or reconfigure the lighting on the bridge to make it more less easy to vandalize and to destroy the lighting that's
So
currently
this is
there.
replacing the lighting. I mean, is it because the copper wire was stolen? I mean, this is the
Yes.
project, as we all know, billion-dollar overruns, all the rest. We spent all this money, and now we want another $6.4 million for lights? Help me
Yes, due to the
understand.
vandalism that you're well aware has been occurring on the bridge, the Bureau of Engineering went back and relooked at how the lighting is configured on the bridge and came back with a new plan that they hope, once installed, will be less susceptible to the vandalism issues that we're seeing now, and with the lighting will hopefully stay on longer and
Well, if it's an Olympic project, might we want to do it like right before the Olympics instead of letting it get vandalized next year?
It is a good question, sir, but I do believe because it is a complete reconfiguration of the lighting, that there will be a design component and then a subsequent construction component and then testing and so forth. So starting it a little bit earlier than the Olympics themselves is probably warranted.
Okay, I guess I just want to know, a little bit earlier, maybe we could do it next year?
Understood, sir, yeah. So we can certainly review the timeline again and see if it wouldn't be something that could be delayed to a future year, if you prefer.
Okay, well, why don't we get a report back on that?
Sure,
Maybe there
we could
may
do
be
that.
some savings there that we could
Sure, we
could
could do
get.
that. I mean, I will note that obviously as we delay projects into future years, sometimes those projects can become more expensive.
Yeah, but
So-
it's even more expensive if we have to do it twice.
Yes, that is absolutely
So I don't
true.
want to put up the lights, have them all destroyed, and then we say we have to, for a third time, get the Olympic lights up
Right.
on the bridge
You're
when I
absolutely
can't get lights anywhere in my district. You know, little resentment party one over here.
We have a follow-up from McCusker, unless
Okay.
you're going to.
Okay, we do a follow-up. I'll go on something else.
Councilmember.
Just on that issue, who would do the work? Would this be by contract or by street lighting, by our own forces?
The project is managed by the Bureau of Engineering. I am not sure if they're going to be using in-house or a contractor at this point. It's still in the design phase.
Okay. Well, after you're done, I'll have a kind of a related question.
Well, it's my question is actually a follow-up to your follow-up. So what all works, I mean, so page 5 of the memo, money for Olympic Games, there's salaries. How much do we know, of any of that? Are there salaries for Public Works and DOT employees? How much is anticipated to be contracted out? And if contracted out, can we save jobs by bringing some of that work in-house, not just for the bridge?
For that specific project, sir?
When overall for the Olympic stuff?
Most of those projects are being managed by the Bureau of Engineering. I'm not sure if they're doing the project management, so the staffing resources are being used there, but I'm not sure if they're going to be contracting that work out. We do have some really tight deadlines with regards to the Olympics because the projects will require the design and then construction, and then they need to be completed in time for the Olympics. So I'm not sure, but we can get back to you on that.
Okay, I mean, we're looking for every way to save some of these jobs, and there may
Understood.
be ways to do that. Yeah, I mean, just so generally getting a report back about, for all the Olympic stuff, options for saving jobs by doing some of the work in-house. Okay, thank you.
Councilwoman Hernandez.
Thank you, Chairwoman. I have 4 questions. There's $5.3 million in the CTIEP for Olympics public right-of-way improvements. The CTIEP does not include position authorities with layoffs and reduced position authorities. Who in BSS, BOE, LADOT is going to perform this work? And I think it builds off a little bit of what my colleagues were asking, but posing the question.
It includes staff. It includes staff. Okay. It's not defined who, if the question is who would do the work if we're limiting the positions, or if it's whether it's inside, if it's going to be inside work or outside work, that hasn't been defined, just the money has been identified and set aside in Measure M.
Great, so the money's been identified, but not the departments, nor whether that be contracted out or city staff, right? Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. There's a $70 million increase in the street repair and pedestrian improvement projects line item, $73 million to $143 million in the CTIEP. The CTIEP does not include position authorities. With layoffs and reduced position authorities, who in BSS, BOE, LADOT is going to perform this work? And my question is not like around, go ahead, I'm here.
Council member, that's a great question. To the extent possible, city forces will be used to do design and a lot of the preparatory work. Oftentimes in many of these projects, contractors are required to help the city construct the projects, but we do have a lot of instances where we can use city forces if city forces are available. And city forces provide a great work product, and they can oftentimes implement things faster. So the Bureau of Engineering is very good at helping us identify when it's appropriate to use city forces and when city forces are available. So as we move through this process, we expect to work with the Bureau to try and identify as many opportunities as possible.
Thank you. I hear that, and I also know that's probably going to be like impossible because of the number of layoffs that were proposed. Like, it's cheaper and faster if we do it in-house. But if we don't have people in the house, does that mean that, well, that probably means we're going to have to contract more, which means instead of paying for city staff, we're paying contractors.
You are right. The availability of city crews is an important determination when we make that decision. So if we don't have a lot of city crews, or if they're deployed elsewhere, then it does require us to hire contractors often. So.
Great, thank you. I would like to instruct the CAO to report back on which departments/bureaus will be responsible for conducting the work for each CTIEP physical plant line item, given the severely diminished staffing capacity. And I have one more around the Olympics.
Can I do a follow-up?
Yes.
Just to highlight that very issue, if you don't mind.
Go ahead.
Chair. So exactly to that point, but sort of drilling in on 2 line items. One is the Public Works Bureau of Street Lighting co-location small cell communication. It's I believe it's the 5th year of development of that project, and the Public Works Bureau of Street Lighting Smart City Street Lighting Technology Initiatives. There's about $3 million for that, very specifically for BSL folks. But we have a note, we have a bunch of layoffs proposed, and we have a note in H at 18 saying, instruct the CAO to negotiate and the Department of Public Works Bureau of Street Lighting to implement a $7.7 million work plan to provide services to the Department of Water and Power consistent with the contracting in memorandum of understanding. I know what we're doing there, which is great. We're saying we're going to lay off a whole bunch of folks, but we're also going to employ a bunch of folks in very worthy activity, and they're going to go over to DWP to do the work, which means nobody will be available to do the work for the Public Works, co-location, small cell communications, or the Smart City and Street Lighting Technology Initiatives. Nobody. So that's $3 million that maybe that gets contracted out, which is totally counterintuitive. I mean, this gets to the heart of what the hell? I get it. DWP is going to be paying for a bunch of guys, but then we're putting money in to this CTIP that we can't do, I think, unless you tell me something different. How's the negotiation going on the DWP thing, and what's left behind to do actually change light bulbs in the department?
Sir, the discussion with DWP is underway.
Yeah.
A lot of the details have yet to be identified, and so we're working through that. I expect at a later point, maybe a few weeks out or a month out, we would be able to report back with much more detail as to what those crews would be doing and how many of the crews would be taken up with the DWP work and how many would be left to do other work.
Is the intent that we will have the ability to staff the $7.7 million valuable work, DWP, and at least this $3 million and maybe other line items in BSL to do work on the CTIP program?
The intent is to fully occupy the crews and the staff of BSL so that they can be retained and kept in the long term.
So when BSL comes up here, I'm going to be asking whether at least those two jobs are consistent with the layoff plan. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Thank you. And colleagues, I just want to build off of that and uplift the structural piece, again, structural changes that need to be made. We are literally on the precipice of having BSL redo their fee assessment. If the fee assessment is done correctly, this will cover additional staff, materials, and supplies and maintenance of that department. I am all for saving jobs, but this DWP and BSL piece seems like not the correct move when we have this assessment on board, because if we move BSL staff to do this $7.7 million contract and BSL stays as is, it's going to take 2 to 3 years to fix our streetlights. Why? Because we'll be removing crews from city work and having them do DWP work. I brought in BSL to the Public Works Committee to talk about what the impacts would be, and that's what they shared. And so again, structural changes, right, that we need to make and think about. If this fee assessment is on the precipice of being done for our city, why would we make such why would we move the deal with the DWP and BSL? It seems short-sighted.
Let's bring this up when BSL comes to the table and we can talk about options. Thank you. One more thing I just want to note. The funding of the Office of Major Events is noted here as a one-time expense, which doesn't seem right. What am I missing? Seems like an ongoing thing for at least the next 3 years.
Ma'am, can you repeat the line item?
The Office of Major Events, the funding for the Office of Major Events, which is included.
Ma'am, I believe that's in the general city purposes line item, not in CTIP.
No, so Office of Major Events, GCP. So not a one-time expense.
Thank you.
We would have to get someone from that group. Hold on 1 second.
No. It would be in GCP, and it would be up for funding again next year.
Okay.
If approved.
It's listed in one-time expenses. Am I missing something?
Are you referring to our exhibit on one-time expenses?
Yes, in the supplemental.
So
Generally, the way we approach that exhibit is it doesn't just have to be a one-time expense in 1 year. If we see that expense is going to be kind of a short-term expense, we count it as one time. So in our preparation of that one-time exhibit, we saw it as going through maybe 2028 and then being dissolved after that. If that's a mistake, these dollars will be in part of the mayor's office. So if the administration determines it's a long-term event, then in future exhibits we will make that change and call it an ongoing expense. But for now, we saw it as a one-time because we saw it as being a kind of a short-term duration.
Okay. A bit confusing misnomer. Okay, anybody else on this? Okay, great. Let's move to Tran.
Wait, oh, sorry, I had one more question.
Sure, sorry,
Sorry,
Councilwoman
thank you.
Hernandez.
There's and I think a couple of my colleagues have already talked about it, but there's a 2028 Olympics project public right-of-way improvements plan with some projects. Can we get a budget memo on the proposed use for this funding? Okay.
Yes, we can do that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
It was the public right-of-way.
All right, we're gonna move to Tran and then Exhibit H, and then we are going to take a 5-minute break. Welcome. Can you explain the purpose of issuing Trans?
Good afternoon. Augusto Gutierrez with the CAO's office. Yeah, so the TRAN is issued in large part to make the pension payments, the annual pension payments to both of our pension systems, LACERS and LAFPP. One of the advantages is that by making the pension payments in mid-July, we receive a discount from the pension systems compared to making biweekly pension payments throughout the fiscal year. So that is one of the biggest components, one of the biggest reasons why we issue TRAN. Another reason is to assist the Controller's Office in addressing the cash flow needs of the city throughout primarily the first 6 months of the fiscal year before a big chunk of our revenues are received, primarily property taxes. So we address a portion of their cash flow needs through the TRAN financing.
What are the impacts of rising interest rates and the efficacy of using TRAN?
So with regards to rising interest rates, it does impact the economics for a TRAN financing. In past years, the net savings to the general fund have been higher than what we're projecting for next fiscal year. For next fiscal year, we're anticipating about $1.2 million. In years past, it's been significantly higher than that. So yeah, the economics, it's decreased for sure.
And is issuing TRAN more cost-effective than borrowing from within the city? At some point, interest rates will be high enough that it doesn't make sense, correct?
Yeah. So there's two issues happening there. One is, I said, that when we borrow internally, we still need to pay interest, but there's also a capacity issue. And so as I said, the initial plan was to borrow, the budget proposes to borrow $325 million for cash flow purposes internally. We're working with the controller to try to get that up to 500 or more. But that takes some doing. It's not, we couldn't go and do a full prepayment of our pensions with internal borrowing.
And does the requirement that we pay interest on money that we borrow from ourselves, where does that come from? Is that something we could change? Through ordinance or charter, or like, why do we charge ourselves?
It's typically in the regulations around each special fund and how those funds are managed.
Do we make those regulations, or?
In some cases, certainly if it's a voter approved, or if it's a fee for service, that would be dictated in the regulations around those special funds.
Okay. Councilmember?
It's probably a Prop 218 problem, right? Because the fee has to go to the fee, and we're getting subsidized interest rate. I mean, it'd be great if we didn't have to, but I imagine that legally, there's no way around it, but we can keep a good rate. Do we need any special language or do we need to give you any instruction to pursue what you're doing with the controller to try to get as much internal borrowing, special funding to reduce the TRAN? Are you guys just doing that and going to maximize that, or do you need some sort of budget memo or language from us to help make that happen?
We're doing that. If you'd like to instruct us
We don't need to be
hold the
redundant
feet to the
if you're doing
fire,
it.
we're happy to accept that instruction.
We don't need to be redundant, just making sure that if you needed something from us, that we're doing it, because we obviously, all of the shit, we want to make the best deal we can, maximize it.
Understood.
Any other questions on TRAN? Okay, thank you. We're going to move to Exhibit H. Thank you. So the stated purpose of Exhibit H in the proposed budget is to list those actions that are necessary to, quote, effectuate the 25-26 adopted budget. The actions proposed should be administrative in nature, not policy-related, as has been the practice in recent budgets. A memo request to instruct the CLA to review all of the instructions in Exhibit H, reconcile those instructions with any actions currently pending before the council, and provide recommendations for matters that require further refinement in one or more council policy committees. This committee may wish to identify which policy issues they recommend to move forward, but we need this list first. There's a request in here in Exhibit H for a resolution to declare a fiscal emergency for 25-26. What powers does this grant the city? And will this further impact bond rating that we're declaring a fiscal emergency?
So the fiscal emergency is required to waive payments in certain cases. For example, part of the budget assumes that we are not going to pay into the matching funds for this year, that we're deferring a payment into the matching funds account, which has a high balance. But nonetheless, we need the declaration of fiscal emergency for that. We also need a declaration of fiscal emergency to proceed with layoffs. So that is a required component of adoption of a budget that includes layoffs.
But it's not going to impact our bond rating or anything like that? The declaration itself?
No, it's a required part of the city process in order to get to a structurally balanced budget. It's necessary.
Another question, Exhibit H contains instructions for several consolidations and functional transfers. Why, given the substantial policy implications of some of the instructions, are these not included in each department's proposed budgets?
Well, I think that is the answer, that these are essentially, these are policy proposals primarily from the mayor to the council. The way that it is proposed in Exhibit H, it wouldn't be effectuated with the budget directly, but that there would be an instruction to move forward, but there would be a more formal report that would come back to council, ordinance change if necessary, that would ultimately effectuate and more fully be able to vet all of the issues that are required to address for a consolidation in the magnitude that's being proposed. It's to create a separate process for that approval because it is so complicated, separate and apart from just the position eliminations.
But the mayor can consolidate departments without us weighing in on it, yes?
There's cases where the mayor could make short-term transfers, but any sort of a structural change would require the council to concur.
Okay. Follow-up?
Not follow-up, just
Okay.
number one.
I just have one more question, and then go ahead. Actually, you know what? Go ahead, council member.
Okay, a couple things. I'd like to preserve the Innovation Performance Commission, so if it's possible, I think its purpose is still very important. It seeks ways to improve performance, find efficiency, ultimately save money. So I'd like to get a report back on options for preserving the Innovation and Performance Commission with at least some minimal ability to make some grants. So that'll be a report back. And then there is, on number 14, there's a recommendation, prioritizing Olympic activities. The budget, as we know, eviscerates DOT, Streets LA, to the point the only active transportation projects for street resurfacing could be next to Olympic venues, which to me, we can't be that specific, and that's unacceptable. So I want to delete the instruction that says to all departments to prioritize activities and coordination related to the planning and preparation of the Olympics and Paralympic Games. And as far as I'm concerned, that's a policy decision to be made after the council fully understands the service impacts to the budget. Yes, we have to prioritize Olympic activities, but such a broad stroke direction is a very big policy, and so I'm going to ask that we delete that policy instruction and have the council move forward later when we fully understand the impacts and be more direct about it. Now, I guess I could do that in the form of a report back. It'd be something we could take up and vote on, but I don't want to see that instruction, that policy decision made for us in this budget. Lastly, on 22, there's an instruction to the General Services Department to eliminate 11% overhead rate billed to user departments for construction activities. It sounds like a good idea, but what does it do to the GSD budget overall? So as I understand it, we're saying that GSD no longer can charge 11% to other departments for the overhead, which I get. I've had projects which are kind of ridiculously costly, but I just want to know how that bakes into their overall budget.
We would either report back on that. Actually, we could report back on the financial implications, and we can also discuss this when we have GSD at the table.
Okay, so do as a report back. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes. Follow up?
Yeah, but to yours.
Okay, okay.
Thank you.
Sorry, I missed you.
No, it's okay. Councilwoman Hunt. We
And
raised our
then
hands at the same
Councilwoman
time.
Hunt.
Thank you. Yes. Okay, great, thank you. So Matt, you gave us a presentation on what our budget could look like with the potential recessions, right? We talked about the tariffs and how that's impacting tourism, how that's impacting our ability to generate revenue in our TOT, transit occupancy tax. We're doing the budget process now, but these big things are coming. And we might have to do adjustments and make some changes. And if we go through this process of this budget, we're potentially laying off 1,600 people. But if these huge crises also occur, we won't have any more meat to cut, right? Because we would be down to the bone. And that would lead to catastrophic, I think, outcomes for this city. And it put us in a place where we don't have any moves, no more options. We're done. And so I would like to ask that the CAO report back through a budget memo on identifying money in the budget that we could put into the UB, that we could use as money to hold us over for 6 months, while in the meantime, committees hold hearings with their respective departments to think through the following. 1, streamlining the process within the departments and possible consolidation of duplicative roles across multiple departments. So we're talking about consolidation, we're talking about CIFD, YDD, aging, EWDD, but there's a lot that we are not taking into consideration that we need time to consider. For example, like our real estate, our cannabis, those are small businesses. We need economic development support for them. So process to streamline and think through that. Also our sidewalks live in various departments. How do we streamline that, right? How do we have everybody in their lane so that there's emission creep during that process? Outlining programs provided and targeted end users. Considerations for realignment of services in other departments. and hearings by each committee that must be held in a timely manner. So giving ourselves a deadline later this year for all the committees to have met with the various departments, go through this process, and for example, in October, be able to give us a set of recommendations that we can vote through to refine our departments, refine our processes, so that out of this, we have a city that is able to manage the different cuts that are gonna happen and potentially the different crises. So I know I went big, but the budget memo is for you to start that process for us, to give us that information. Am I clear?
I think so. You know, the chair made a request for the budget memo number 1 that is that asks to look at a number of things. I think if we're looking to, I may need to follow up with your office and the chair's office on the specifics, but if we're looking to move money into the UB for particular departments, we would need instruction on that. So we may need to look to refine the list a little bit.
Yes.
But we understand where you're trying to get to.
Great. So moving money into the UB, giving us time to plan and reassess, and using that money to buy us that time so that we can configure our departments, our service delivery, the layoffs, the transfers, and everything, right? Because layoffs don't happen one day to another. It takes time to calculate and move people, so that's why I'm asking for the time. But it sounds like you understand what I'm saying.
So I think what we can do is work together with Mr. Szabo to figure out what a plan looks like and then put that in when we do the rack up.
Great.
Yeah?
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, thank you.
Cool. I have a couple more. Oh, Councilwoman Hutt.
Thank you. I just want to go back to the consolidation question that really everybody is asking. Do you have a figure on what the savings is for consolidating aging and EWDD and YDD into CIFD?
Yes, Nick Campbell, CAO's office. Our current estimate for that total will be about $2.42 million, and that is only for the direct salary cost.
Okay, and then that's great for my second question. Are we looking to save funding on salaries only, or is this proposed consolidation for efficiencies as well?
It would be for efficiencies as well. We just have not done the full breakdown of the expense accounts that would also be associated with those positions, as there's several changes, and it would depend on what is finally approved in terms of what's transferred, deleted, and what is added. As you'll notice, for aging and youth, there are options in terms of which positions are added, whether it's a chief grants administrator or a chief management analyst, as well as it would depend on the final position list.
Thank you. And then I have another consolidation question. I'd like to request a request. I'd like to request a budget memo to look at eliminating the taxi cab commission and combining those responsibilities with the Board of Transportation Commissioners.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Sure. I have a couple more questions. Are the consolidations, I assume the answer is yes. Are the consolidations and realignments proposed in H structured to be cost-effective or at least cost-neutral? And I assume the answer is yes. The reason I ask is, so the Petroleum and Natural Gas Administration and Safety Program position transfers, for example, proposed in Exhibit H are non-revenue generating. And while the positions that are totally eliminated are revenue generating, given the proposed budget's severe impacts to city planning, moving non-revenue generating staff into that department would presumably present a cost burden that isn't even addressed in the DCP proposed budget. I just want to make sure, we're not cutting the revenue generating ones and moving non-revenue generating ones into places where it's an additional burden on top of everything else.
And we can address that as a separate, specific to petroleum, if you'd like, or roll it into the response on the revenue generating positions, however you prefer.
I guess the latter's fine.
Okay.
One more question, a couple questions. The instruction to present an ordinance to rescind the code related to SEMO would potentially result in the city needing to return state grant funds related to extreme heat and community resilience. How would grant funds for extreme heat work already awarded to the city be addressed, given that SEMO staff also plays the role of heat chief officer?
We would need to do a budget memo on that.
Okay. I think I'm going to likely ask.
It's okay. Hi, this is Sarah Van with Office of CAO. So the $750,000 state grant I think you're referring to, SEMO has not officially, the city has not officially accepted that grant. So some options could be having the city council direct another department to accept that grant so that work can continue. But we haven't formally accepted that grant work yet.
Okay, I'm going to hold this for now. I want to hear from Public Works on this. So I'm going to hold further SEMO questions, but there'll be probably some direction later on that.
Got it, thanks.
Okay, I have one more instruction. Amend instruction 17 in Exhibit H to read, instruct the city administrative officer to evaluate the duties and responsibilities of the city's commissions, boards, and then adding in the phrase "and advisory groups," and report with recommendations for the elimination or consolidation, blah, 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 blah. So add "and advisory groups." And then add to Exhibit H an instruction to sunset prioritize critical hiring July 1st, 2025. Any other comments, questions, thoughts? Yes.
So on 17, just to be super clear, because I think I raised it before with the mayor's office. I just want to come back to Board of Public Works. It's an unusual one, it's a different one, it's a paid board. That's included in 17?
Advisory groups.
Well, you said advisory groups, but it already talks about all commissions. I just want to be super clear that we're talking about that commission as well for elimination or consolidation or whatever. But I do have independent questions.
Can I follow up on that Board of Public Works thing before we go to the next? Because its charter is the creation of it, but what we could do is we could make it like any other commission, a voluntary commission.
Right.
And then as part of the budget report back, if we're going to talk about that, get specifically what would those savings be if it became a voluntary commission that met part-time,
right,
maybe at night, in terms of salary savings and everything else.
Right.
If you move to just a stipend or something. I think that's what you're
With
suggesting.
the expectation we're going to find out that it's partially special funded and partially general funded, and I think the savings is about $600,000.
So let me, if I could recommend that because Board of Public Works is a special circumstance, that be a separate memo.
Let's get a separate memo
apart
then.
from the item 17.
And our strategy. I mean, I realize that it's up in the far off, it's a charter amendment, but it doesn't mean we have to fund it. So off on that subject, going back, sort of alluding to when I had asked about BSL and instruction 18 in H, there's also an instruction 19 that deals with BSS. Same sort of milieu, the idea that BSS will have a negotiated agreement with Department of Water and Power to provide services, which are important services, I'm sure, and fully funded. I'd just like to get a report on the status of that, and the same question, what does that do to our ability to provide BSS services that are at the core of their responsibility, and that's the generally funded work that they do. 2, going to item 20, it instructs the fire chief to take the necessary steps to consolidate the Equity Bureau into professional standards, which has the effect of reducing a gold badge. I'd like to ask if there are other organizational efficiencies that we can do within fire, ask for a report on whether there are other chief positions that can be consolidated, chief functions consolidated to reduce the number of chiefs in the fire department with no limitation on the question. At personnel, I think I asked the mayor's office this, and that is, instruction 26 talks about looking at the dependents that are currently on our tab now for health benefit. And something that we should do periodically is look to see whether folks unintentionally, accidentally have been carried over. It creates great cost if they're not eligible. Do we know on this report how long it will take and whether we have anticipated in the budget savings within our health benefit payments?
Good afternoon, Melissa Velasco with the CAO. So yes, we have assumed some savings. The last time this audit was done was 2014. At that time, we removed about 2,000 dependents and saved about $5 million in the Human Resources Benefits Fund. So we are anticipating, and the Personnel Department is already preparing an RFP to select a vendor to conduct this audit. We are anticipating that the dependents would be off of the city's healthcare fund, any ineligible ones, by approximately the last quarter of the fiscal year. They're anticipating that they would receive about $7.5 million in savings on an annual basis from removal of these dependents. So the proposed budget assumes $1.875 million in savings in healthcare benefits from the removal of these dependents.
Perfect. Very clear. One quarter of what we anticipate
correct.
savings
So
are.
we're anticipating $7.5 million for a full year, so we're assuming 1 quarter worth of savings because we think it'll take between 6 and 9 months to do the process to then get the dependents off the fund.
Great, thank you. Thank you very much for that. And then my last question, I don't see anything in the notes about critical hiring and whether or not there's any instruction about continuing critical hiring. I'm going to be an advocate at the end of this process that when we make all of these tough choices, that we put our general managers in a position to be able to generally manage. And so I'll be looking for a sunset of PCH in 25-26.
Understood, and the chair made a similar request.
You to it.
I would.
You did?
Did you hear me?
No, I wasn't
Just
listening
slipped
to
it in
you.
there.
I would only, if I could, recommend put a little asterisk on that, only to the following extent, and you're about to hear from the general manager of personnel. There will need to be a process to manage the layoff avoidance process. And so if PCH certainly, and would completely change, but we will need to have some kind of a process to ensure that we can effectuate the transfers of eligible incumbents to available vacancies. So there will need to be some kind of a process in place that would be somewhat extraordinary to manage the layoff avoidance process. So with that caveat, understood.
Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? All right. I think, one sec. I think that's it. Okay, we're going to move to personnel, but we're going to take thank you very much. We're going to take a 5-minute break. just gonna go ahead and get started.
A long 5 minutes.
Welcome back. Sorry, that was slightly longer than 5. We're going to move on to the Personnel Department, who's here to present the layoff process. We're going to discuss your specific department budget tomorrow. And I'll wait to make an announcement until colleagues come back. But we're going to try and be out of here as close to 7 as possible. Welcome. Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Malika Billups, General Manager of the Personnel Department. I am joined by Vincent Cordero, who is Chief Personnel Analyst over Classification Division. And I also have the support of my Assistant General Managers who can answer any particular questions.
I'm sorry. We have to call the roll.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Will you please call the roll?
Thank you. Councilmember Yaroslavsky?
Here.
Blumenfield?
Present.
Hutt? Absent. McCosker?
Here.
Hutt present. McCosker? Here. Hernandez? Absent. 4 members present and a quorum, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
Okay. I have my Assistant General Managers here who can answer additional questions as necessary. So I want to walk through the presentation that I have. The big picture, the reason I'm here is I want to talk about what the process of layoffs looks like in the city of Los Angeles according to the rules, but it's also important to inform you about the various broad impacts or underlying processes that go into the development and the maintenance of the actual layoff process. So I'll go through, overall, we'll go through general information, the various citywide layoff management stages as I see them. They don't have to be in consecutive order, but they should be largely consecutive, and they may be overlapping because of time constraints. We'll talk a little bit about the timeline. I know that's an important question, and additional resources for city employees. So generally, a layoff is a separation from employment for specific reasons due to lack of work, lack of funds, or abolishment of positions. That relates back to what the CAO mentioned with the declaration of fiscal emergency. And that is a key way to identify a function wherein a layoff is needed. The governance of the layoff process is identified in the charter, Charter Section 1015, and in the Civil Service Rules. But most fundamentally, it's important to understand that the city layoff process is based on a calculation of employee seniority. That's really important because that rule, that fundamental rule, is what causes a lot of the time, effort, and energy into putting into the layoff process itself is identifying how to calculate employee seniority. So the first stage I would identify is records management, employee job histories. Every employee has a job history. It identifies where they have worked, what level of seniority they have, what status they have in the various departments. Right now, our employee job histories are housed in Workday, but changes to the employee work history prior to 2022 cannot be completed in Workday due to system limitations that we're aware of. And so calculating an employee work history will be based on a combination of an employee's job history minus their unpaid time in the city. Presently, for any unpaid time prior to the year 2022, that information was not imported into the Workday system. It is still in the PACER system. So in order to conduct these employee calculations, right now, we do not have a specific program to be able to calculate employee job history, correct employee job history, and subtract employee unpaid leave time. That's one of the initial concerns that we are working with as we are working to develop the layoff process. Ultimately, once we are able to conduct that calculation, we will have the foundational information to be able to count seniority and identify positions for layoff. The second sort of fundamental stage is for records management is displacement elections. As part of the rules, employees who have status in a class that is lower than the class in which they may be laid off in, if they have status, then they may elect to displace to prior jobs. Because they get to elect where they displace, it's important for us to gather the information about where they would choose to displace. These are processes, the employee work history, employee job history updates, and the displacement information gathering is something the personnel department is beginning to work on now so that we can gather the information to even begin a layoff process. Oh, I'm sorry. Maybe I can do this. Thank you. The next stage of the layoff process, the CAO brought up early, and I want to spend a little bit of time talking about this because it's a really important aspect of the process. And this is the transfers to special funded positions. Moving employees from their current positions to whether they be proprietary departments or even other special funded positions within the city will be an important part of the process because, first of all, it can be a mutually beneficial situation for both departments, for the general fund and for employees themselves because it guarantees some level of employment. It relieves the general fund, and proprietaries which have identified that they have vacancies can have a system through which those positions can be filled. It is also important in the calculation process to have transfers be effectuated as early as possible because the more positions that are transferred, the fewer positions that actually have to go through the layoff process, and the more efficient the personnel department can be when conducting the actual calculations because they will be calculating fewer employee job history and seniority calculations. So ideally, the earlier the transfers happen, the more efficient ultimate layoffs, if they need to come, will be. So we would endeavor to start that process as soon as we are able to. My office and the CAO have been in conversations with proprietary departments about the possibility of transfers. They are incredibly supportive of the idea of bringing city employees to proprietary departments, so long as there is a need or a vacancy that can be filled, and so we're grateful for their support. The next stage is to identify positions for elimination, and ultimately that happens once the final budget is adopted. The personnel department will look at the list of the final adopted budget to identify which positions will need the initial layoff calculation. Once we've identified the official list, then we can move forward with calculating seniority. The seniority, the personnel department calculates seniority for both layoffs and for displacements, which are two completely different processes, but they're very similar. The rules, the civil service rules and the charter rules basically dictate this process. And this is where the seniority concern that I identified earlier, comes up, is we've got to look at the employee job histories. We subtract unpaid time, and then we come out with a number. But ultimately, we're going to talk about two different numbers. There's the layoff seniority, and then there's also the displacement seniority. So I'll move on to the next slide. So ultimately, in order to conduct the calculations, the personnel department will need to develop a system to house this information and to sort the information so that it can be provided to employees so they understand the basis of what seniority they have, and ultimately for us to be able to determine who has a right to a position. And I will get into the actual process of what it looks like when the personnel department is conducting the actual seniority calculations. So the first seniority calculation is the layoff seniority. It's the first layer. What we look at is the length of service in a class and all higher classes minus unpaid time For this calculation, this is going to be, we're calculating this for everything that's in the adopted budget. And we will look at status in the class across all departments. So, for example, senior city worker that works in a particular department. This position is perhaps identified for a layoff in the adopted budget. What happens next is, go ahead to the next slide. The personnel department will look at everyone or every position in that department that has that is a senior city worker, and identify which of the senior city workers has the least amount of status. And that is based on that calculation that I talked about earlier. Once that person is identified with the least amount of status, that's the least layoff seniority, then that person is identified for layoff. If they have no prior status, and this is, perhaps an entry-level position or their first position with the city, then they will be slated for layoff, and there's no place to displace to. There are many city employees, however, who are in positions that may be identified for layoff and slated for layoff who do have prior status in a prior job, and that is a different calculation, and that's what we call displacement seniority. So we have layoff seniority, that's the initial layer. Displacement seniority identifies employees who have status in a lower class from which they were laid off, that initial layer. If they have status in a lower class, then the personnel department can identify them to what we say in the city is to bump another employee in a lower class, depending on the level of seniority. So displacement seniority is calculated based on the length of eligible service, just like with layoff seniority. The length of eligible service in a class or a higher class, minus unpaid time, but only within the department to which they are displacing. And as I mentioned earlier, employees get to elect which department they would like to displace to, so long as they have held a prior job in that department. So with our example of our senior city worker, the third senior city worker that had the least least seniority, that particular city worker in our example has 2 departments in which they have status as a city worker, not a senior city worker, but a lower class city worker, Department A or Department Z. That employee gets to choose which department they would like to displace to, and we'll show you what that looks like. You can go to the next slide. Depending on where they would like to go, they may be more senior than other people who are there in that particular department. If they choose a place where they don't have much seniority, then I think that they get to choose the personnel department can run a separate calculation on every department they would like to displace to. You will note this is a lot of calculations, and right now we are doing manual calculations we would have to do. So ultimately, this senior city employee chooses to displace to Department A, and then we'll show you what can happen. And this is important because the senior city worker worked in what we called a particular department. It does not work in, that person did not work in Department A, and there may not have been layoffs called for Department A. But that senior city worker can displace to a position in Department A, and if there are people who are existing in that position in Department A, that the least senior of that class would be laid off. And if the person who's laid off has displacement rights, they could do the same thing to someone in a different department. Even in Department Z, perhaps even in the original department that employee came from. So here is a visual of an example of what can happen. You have the orange person who displaces to a different department and displaces the blue person, and then the blue person displaces perhaps in the same department or in a different department the red person. And then ultimately that lowest level class person is laid off and placed on the reserve list. As you can see, it's a complicated process with a lot of branches and a lot of opportunity for disruption because of the different classes and the different departments involved. Once the process is complete, there is also an opportunity for employees to appeal if they identify that there is a concern with their seniority calculation or their bumping right. So employees do have that possibility and the authority to move an appeal before the Civil Service Commission. Finally, it's important to also understand about reserve lists. Those employees who do not have enough status to displace into another department and who are ultimately laid off from the city will be placed on reserve lists. The reserve lists are active for up to 5 years, but it means that departments who would like to hire into that particular class must pull from the reserve list first before they go to any sort of promotional list or an open list. When they're certing a list, they have to cert the reserve list first, which means that people who've been separated from the city get the first and best chance to return to city service before anyone who is existing. If you've been laid off, that list lasts for 5 years. If you have been displaced but are still within the city, you can be on a reserve list indefinitely during your city service. And so you would always be asked first to return back to your original department if there is a vacancy that the department wishes to fill. It's important for departments to understand that process as well. So this complicated process that I've laid out, I think there's frequently a question of like, how long would this take? Right now, the timeline I presented to you is not a timeline that I can guarantee, but it is a timeline that would be ideal if we are trying to achieve the savings identified in the in the proposed budget. In May, during this period of time, we would update job histories, we'd update leaves of absence history, we'd develop a seniority calculation system and identify non-general fund positions for transfers, which is where we'd really like to focus a lot of our energy. Over the course of the next month, once those job histories are updated, we would upload the displacement forms so that the personnel department can know in advance where employees would like to displace to. And then ultimately, when the budget is adopted, we will have our list for which positions will be eliminated and where layoff calculations will begin. We expect that over the course of July, August, and September, we would proceed with layoffs if things go as adopted. And ultimately, based on the budget, we would endeavor to complete this effort by the end of October. But I would say it's a very difficult prospect because of the amount of resources required to complete all of the calculations, which would be manual at this point. We don't expect they will be manual forever, but at this point. So the personnel department has created an employee resources page where they can learn or gather further information about the layoff process and information about just general questions associated with layoffs. And so I would refer people to the employee resources page for that purpose. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much. I'm going to turn it over to our Chair of Personnel and Hiring to ask our first round of questions.
Thank you. Thank you very much. General Manager Billups, well presented. I hope to ask a whole bunch of questions that have very little application in real life, given my hopes of figuring all of this out before we get to this stage. But all that being said, so knowing that folks' job history is critically important, did you just tell us that everybody has been made aware that they need to take a look at their job history and figure out where they are relative to their peers within their class?
We have provided notices. We do need to follow up with those notices because what we are in the process of creating is a system to actually conduct the updates also. So we are asking departments to gather the information. We have a notice that will, if it didn't go out today, it'll go out tomorrow, to departments to actually ask employees to work with their departmental personnel officers to provide some feedback. We want to gather that information in a form, but ultimately, how those updates are going to be completed in the systems, we're working internally, we're working with ITA, and we hope to work with the Workday teams to be able to create those updates, because right now Workday is not designed to allow for updates prior to 2022, basically historical information. If I have something from the year 2020 that I find an error in, my understanding is that that update cannot yet be created.
Because there's information in Pacer that didn't get transported over to Workday. It's not that Workday wasn't designed for it, but it wasn't input.
Well, it's a little bit of both, I believe. This is, so information prior